then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I'm in love. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. If there is shit behind me. Feeling like a stranger on a foreign land. Far away, far away, far away. I could get along, could be a different man. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I'm in love. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. If there is shit behind me. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I'm in love. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. If there is shit behind me.
over there is cold.
And it's tropical time.
Buenas tardes. Ahora empezamos la sesión de la tarde que va a ser tijeras y Asian Fusion del Grooming Slam 2021 aquí en Barcelona. Vemos a la gente preparándose. Esta clase luce más pequeña que la de esta mañana. Luce un poco más pequeñita que la de esta mañana, pero tenemos bastante gente. Okay, welcome to Grooming Slam 2021 in Barcelona. Okay, we are getting ready to start scissoring and Asian fusion. And if you look at the ring, you'll see that we have, while the ring looks pretty full, I think there's less participants than there were this morning, which was hand strip and workshop. So I am joined today, okay, by Georgia. Georgia, how do you pronounce your last name?
Fuller, Georgia Fuller.
Fuller, okay, from our Artero team in UK.
Yes.
Okay, and by Judith Camarasa, who is our judge, right? You're judging. ¿Estás de juez, Judith?
Sí, esta mañana he estado de juez en hand stripping y creo que mañana hago beginners.
Okay, so para los que están con nosotros ahora, tenemos a Georgia Fuller, okay, de UK, de la Artero Team UK, y a Judith Camarasa, la juez y miembro de Artero Team, Artero World Team. Sí, exacto. Estamos preparándonos, estaremos listos pronto. Georgia, in the meantime, tell me about yourself. Tell me what you do. How do you like being part of Artero UK? Give us some info.
So, like you say, I'm Georgia. I'm from, I like to say England, but it's actually Wales, South Wales. So
Okay.
a bit of a different accent to the others. I'm all known for Asian fusion, so anything a bit creative. And I'm known for pure breed scissor, so bichons I like to groom the most. Being our Artero team is absolutely amazing. It's an honour to be on it. So far it's great. It's our first, obviously after COVID, our first team
Right.
bonding. It's been absolutely amazing so far.
That's awesome. And are you going to compete in this competition at all, or
We're not
no?
competing in this competition, no, not this year. Hopefully another year we will.
Okay.
But at the moment we're all just here as a team to just enjoy the atmosphere and
And
watch the participants.
It's nice to get back together after so much time, right?
Oh God, yeah, we haven't seen many people for about 2 years now.
Yes.
So it's nice to get back together and just see what's going on.
Okay. Y, Judith, le pregunto a ella, obviamente, cómo se siente el reunirse de nuevo con todos los amigos y los compañeros de trabajo. Dime tú, ¿qué
Sí,
piensas?
Hemos estado 2 años parados con la pandemia y con toda esta historia que nos ha ocurrido. Entonces, pues es emocionante, ¿no? Volver a encontrarnos con la gente del mundo del perro, de la peluquería, que nos conocemos de siempre, que siempre nos encontramos en estos shows, que es nuestro punto de reunión. La verdad es que es emocionante volver a todo, que todo vuelva a la normalidad, ¿eh? Estamos esperando ya este momento y al final ha llegado.
Sí. Y para los que no te conocen, Judith, dinos un poquito de ti.
Bueno, yo ejerzo de peluquera desde el año 96 y me dediqué a competir desde el año 99 hasta el último campeonato que fue en el 2020 en Sisodor, que me presenté. Llevo muchos años compitiendo en el mundo de la peluquería y nada, tengo mi salón de peluquería aquí en Barcelona, en un pueblito cerca de Barcelona. Hace, pues no sé, es que llevo un descontrol de años, pero hace muchos años que tengo mi negocio puestito con mi team, con mi gente trabajando juntos en un team que es lo importante, ¿no? Tener un team para tirar hacia adelante un negocio. Y nada, muy feliz, mucho trabajo. Esto de los perros está en auge. En la pandemia mucha gente se ha comprado perritos y gatos y todo tipo de mascotas. Y la verdad que nuestro oficio está en pleno auge. Como ya ves, todos compitiendo.
Sí.
Esto hace años tanta gente no había, ¿eh?
No,
hacemos.
vaya, hay mucha gente, la verdad, y el trabajo que vimos esta mañana, unos trabajos magníficos. So this morning we saw a lot of really good competitors and a lot of really pretty, well done dogs that they were there. We've been joined by Chris Briggs from Artero UK as well. And he is going to come and speak with us too, and we're going to all hang out together and spend the afternoon. Okay, Chris, so tell us a little bit about yourself and how long you've been grooming. And
I've been grooming for 24 years. I'm from Devon in the UK, which is the real countryside. It's like Utah or that sort of place. Yeah, and I show dogs and breed dogs as well.
what dogs do you show?
Belgian Shepherd, Groenendael and Tiburon, miniature pinchers, Irish Water Spaniels.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you breed as well or no?
Yes.
And what breeds do you breed? Those same ones or?
Miniature pinchers. I only had 1 litter of Belgians, but we had 3 champions in that litter. So
Nice, very nice, very nice. So what do you like the best about being back to our shows?
just the atmosphere and seeing everybody preparing and getting excited and tense. I've seen some fabulous groomers today.
Yeah, we were talking about that a lot of what we've seen has been just really, really nice grooms, well-prepared dogs. And I think that a big part of that has been because of COVID, because people have been home and all of a sudden groomers who had no time have lots of time. En lo que hemos visto son muchos perros que han venido bien preparados, han estado bien arreglados, okay, y pensamos que mucho de eso en parte es por COVID, porque la gente estaba en casa y al no tener cosas que hacer se dedicaron a los perros.
Sí, claro, cuando hemos tenido tanto tiempo de estar en casa, también te digo que hemos trabajado mucho, los peluqueros.
Sí, sí.
Pero al tener tiempo en casa sí que es verdad que la gente pues se habrá formado más, porque había muchos cursos online, mucha gente enseñaba, o sea, han podido aprender un montón en este tiempo que hemos estado todos parados, y la verdad es que se han preparado perros muy bonitos.
No, y nosotros Artero, hemos ofrecido cursos online de gratis. Se ofrecieron también las competiciones online,
Sí.
okay, para todo el mundo poder ayudarse el uno al otro.
Para que no fuera tan ameno, ¿no? Estar encerrado en esta pandemia, entonces pues...
So Artero offered courses online. Wave. So Artero offered courses online and things of that nature, so that we could go ahead and at least keep ourselves up to date, because that's important for us to all keep up to date. So do you guys often take courses and things of that nature, even though you guys are still competing, right?
Yeah,
The two of you are still competing in UK.
Yeah. We're always trying to update our skills and keep them as current
Absolutely.
as possible. But I think our involvement with show dogs helps as well, because we see the evolution in the show ring as well. So if things
Yes.
change there, we get to see that. But obviously through lockdown, we didn't have dog shows either. So yeah, it was the online.
Yeah,
stuff
so the online stuff was helpful, and not only Artero, but groomers themselves
Yes.
all got together and
That's
they
right.
decided to we're gonna
Webinars.
we're just gonna get to, or even just chats and talks about things that we do. So we're getting ready to see. This is the scissoring class and the Asian fusion class. And do you guys compete in any of these classes?
Georgia is well.
Georgia does, right? Georgia does.
So I compete in both of these classes. Asian is my absolute passion at the moment. That's where I'm really at.
Okay.
Coming back to my roots with Bichons, but like you say, it changes so much.
It does.
compared to
It does.
show grooming and then competition grooming is, even though it's very, very similar, it's completely different.
And how long have you been competing?
I've been competing only 6 years, and
Okay.
obviously nearly 2 years of that has been out because of
Yes.
lockdown. So I'm
Right.
not new into competing, but I'm also not just experienced in some of them.
Okay, but here's what I want to ask you. Tell me about some of the preparation that goes into what we're seeing on these tables today. Because if you look around, you're seeing all kinds of, they're all fluffy and pretty and, ready for a haircut, but they weren't like that earlier today.
No, especially not the Bichons. Trust me, I live at Bichons. They do not look like that at home. They are mud monsters. No, preparation is key. You won't get any nice finished groom without preparation. The bathing, the blow drying, the products you use to get that kind of condition on the coat is amazing. And not only that, these groomers have been looking after these coats not just for this competition now, but weeks prior.
Right.
The preparation that goes in at home, like weekly bath, if it's clients' dogs, or weekly baths, free competition groom, anything like that. The work they put in to get the coat in this condition ready for a competition is intense and should be applauded before the even groom starts.
Sí, lo que ella dice, lo que explica ella es que para estos perros, estos competidores llevan tiempo, meses, preparando el manto, preparando el perro para poder venir y hacer una competición de esta manera. El preparativo antes del show es un pedacito solamente. Okay, la verdad, el preparativo de los meses anteriores es lo más importante. Sí. Como una juez. Okay, dime si le vas a explicar a un competidor lo que tienen que hacer, el proceso, lo que deben hacer para llegar a este punto.
Para llegar a competir.
A competir, sí.
Claro.
Alguien que quiere empezar, que no ha hecho, ¿qué hago? ¿Cuánto trabajo tengo que dar para...?
Bueno, hay mucho trabajo detrás de todo esto, ¿eh? O sea, no es fácil, no es, cojo un perro, vengo, bueno, que a veces ha pasado, cojo un perro, vengo y lo hago y le gano. No, a ver, aquí tiene un proceso de arreglar el perro en tu casa, meses antes, para practicar, para aprender, para ensayar, digamos, ¿no? Aprender de la raza, mantener ese animal al menos con 8 o 10 semanas de pelo para poder competir en la siguiente competición, lavados semanales, o sea, estar pendiente del perro, lleva mucho trabajo detrás de todo esto, pero sí que es verdad que siempre se intenta obtener un ejemplar que sea bonito, que tenga buen pelo y empezar a practicar con él. O sea, bueno, que no tenemos ningún ejemplar, siempre hay criadores o sitios que alquilan.
Sí, ella estaba hablando de incluso de clientes, perros de clientes.
Perros de clientes. Yo empecé compitiendo con perros de clientes.
Sí.
O sea, yo tenía empecé con Westie y yo me llevaba los perros de mis clientes, ellos me lo cedían, me decían, sí, tú puedes llevártelo donde quieras. Yo había viajado con perros de clientes por toda España.
Sí, exacto.
Empecé. Luego, cuando, por ejemplo, fui a Estados Unidos, la primera vez a Intergroom, y yo alquilé un perro.
Ajá.
Yo alquilé un Westie, y a ver, es muy arriesgado, pero bueno, hoy en día, o sea, los perros se preparan muy bien. Normalmente el criador que tiene los ejemplares, o tú puedes ir a casa del criador a hacerlos,
exacto,
y ya te los preparas para competir la siguiente vez, o el propio criadero te los arregla en condiciones para que tú puedas hacer luego un buen trabajo y te los mantiene.
Exacto.
Vale. A ver, es empezar. Todo, yo creo que empezar y tirarse a la piscina, como digo yo, porque así se aprende. Yo he aprendido un montón en mi carrera de peluquera y sigo aprendiendo, ¿eh? No os penséis que... O sea, cada día se aprenden cosas nuevas. Pues eso, tirándote a la piscina y decir, pues voy a competir. Pero ya no por nadie ni para que me vea nadie, por mí mismo, ¿eh? Para uno mismo, para superarse el día a día, porque realmente una competición te dan un tiempo limitado a que tú hagas un perro en super condiciones. Eso que te encuentras tu día a día en tu peluquería.
Sí, y es lo que uno ve de día a día. Esto que estamos viendo ahora en la pantalla, ellos están tomando fotos antes de hacer el arreglo.
Sí, del arreglo.
¿Correcto?
Harán la foto del después. Una vez terminen su trabajo, en las 2 horas o las hora y media, depende de cada categoría, tiene su tiempo. Luego, cuando terminan la competición y ya los han juzgado, pueden volver al sitio a que les hagan la foto del después.
Okay, so what we're looking at now are before pictures, so that they're there taking photos of their pre-work. And then they'll come back and take some more photos afterwards, so that they'll have a before and after. And so...
Esto es un lujo, que te hagan esto, porque yo cuando
yes.
empecé, esto no pasaba,
No, y lo que dice ella es que que esto,
Esto es
okay.
un lujo, lo que tenéis hoy en día los peluqueros montado. Esto
Yeah,
es-
before we didn't have this. You didn't have a before and
La
after
época que yo
shot or
empecé.
any of those things, and especially when she first started, none of this existed. So this is a luxury to have the ability to have them take before and after pictures.
Lo hacías con
Yeah.
cámara de hacer fotos y lo tenías que ir a revelar en esa época.
Yeah, she says that you used to
Tu propio
take the
compañero.
pictures and then, your friends would take you to get it developed. Okay, now it's digital. Yeah, now it's digital. Well,
Carrete de fotos
in the
y venga.
US, I'll tell you that they do before and after pictures, but you have to pay for them. Okay, you have to buy them, and they're not cheap. Before and after pictures can run anywhere between $25, $35, $45, depending on what it is. Yeah, so they're not cheap, because they pay a photographer to come in and take the photos. They pay a professional,
Es
so.
un lujo total.
Yeah, so this is super nice that they do this as a service, and
También ves
it
cómo
helps you
estaba.
see how far you've gone. Okay, it helps you see, esto te ayuda como competidor más adelante ver el
ver lo que-
progreso,
exacto.
no, y ver el progreso que has hecho de este año. Sí, sí, porque yo miré la primera que yo hice,
yo miré
que
la-
fue un Brussels grifón, fue un grifón. Oh my God, yeah, I took a look the other day. I was looking at some old photos and I looked at my first competition dog, which was a Brussels griffon. Holy moly, it was the worst. And I won. And I won that, yeah. Oh, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this is not where I am today. And that's the difference.
Miramos fotos de nuestros primeros arreglos y dices,
Yes.
madre mía.
Sí, exacto. No, y que ganamos. Y que ganamos.
Sí, claro, en esa época eso, a ver, es que han pasado muchos años, Lulu. Y
Yes.
digo, es que esto está muy on fire, el tema de los perros y los peluqueros se pueden
No,
formar
no,
súper bien. En nuestra
hemos
época no
venido-
nos podíamos formar.
Sí,
O sea,
hemos
era
venido y trabajado muy bien.
Muy bien, nuestro oficio está muy trabajado.
Okay, I want to ask you guys, let's ask Chris this time. Chris, what is your recommendation for someone that doesn't know anything about competition grooming? He works in a salon and he's interested. He's watching this today and he's interested, and how does he start? What do they do?
No matter what breed or dog you do, make sure it's best structurally.
Okay.
So find yourself a really good dog to compete with if you're interested in competing. But I recommend that you go and see a live competition.
Right.
So go and sit in the audience and actually see what it's all about.
Okay.
That's what I did before I actually competed.
Yeah.
To British Dog Wars, so we sat there the whole day and watched the whole thing.
Yeah, I remember my first competition that I ever went to. I didn't know anything about the world of grooming. I had just started grooming school,
Yeah.
maybe like a couple of weeks before, and the first competition that I went to, I sat glued in the audience the whole time, and there was a trade show going on. They were selling things. I never made it to any of the booths. Because I was mesmerized by what was going on in the ring and by the transformations that were going on. So I agree with you there. I think that's a big step. What else do you recommend?
Just try and find a decent mentor. Try and find someone to
Good deal.
help you, and want you to do well. They are. I've been grooming 15 years before I did my first competition.
Okay.
So you're never too late to do
Yeah.
it. I just picked up with a dog, and the first dog I actually competed with was an Irish Water Spaniel.
Okay.
So I chose something a little bit different. But yeah, I won the first time.
Yeah, it's funny because Irish Water Spaniels are not that popular in the U.S. You don't see very many of them. Okay, and so oftentimes I will be sitting in the ring or next to the ring, and somebody will have an Irish Water Spaniel, and they're like, "That's the funniest looking poodle I've ever seen." and so yeah, I've seen, but at the same time, I can tell you that. We came to a competition here, and one of our competitors brought an Australian Terrier. Okay, and I heard comments from behind me going, well, that's the strangest looking Yorkie I've ever seen. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I need you to hold your mic closer to you when you're speaking. Not too close, but let's get it a little closer so that they can hear you. Because they're saying that they're having audio issues. So let's get that fixed. Okay, so we're going to
Bueno, un aplauso, campeones. Decíamos esta mañana que este Artero Grooming Slam es una edición muy especial después de todo este tiempo y hacerlo en casa lo hace doblemente único.
Yeah, we're saying this morning that this edition is a very special one because after all this time, obviously, being able not only to celebrate this edition, but doing it here at home, it makes it even more interesting and special.
Bueno, espero que os sintáis como en casa y sobre todo disfrutar el momento.
So please, yeah, do feel like at home and enjoy every single minute, okay?
Hoy vamos a presentar a los jueces.
Let's
ese vídeo.
introduce our jury.
Aplauso para los jueces, un fuerte aplauso. Bienvenidos. Difícil trabajo, ¿eh? Welcome, Alison, Judith
Jaume, Ilse.
y Humberto. Unas palabras, Humberto.
Sorry. Put a breathe. Dado que estamos haciendo alguna foto porque los perros son muchísimos, entonces necesitamos nosotros también hacer alguna foto prima y después lo vemos después. Entonces, anche Lucio estaba haciendo alguna foto. No sé. Como siempre, estamos contentos por todo eso. Empezamos ahora y que hacéis un buen trabajo ahora. Todos tenéis 2 horas y 2 horas y media. ¿Vale?
The countdown video.
Ah, sí, ok.
La sesión. You're the Bichon lady. Go ahead. Tell me what you're seeing. There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of Bichons. There's not many Bichons in the UK at all. It's very rare to see a Bichon in the Blueberry class. They kind of go
Twos and threes.
Yeah, like 2s to 3s. Bichons are fab, obviously. If you're into poodles as well, it's very, very similar. But yeah, Bichons are brilliant. They're obviously going to start, most of them are block work now. So they'll start at the base of the tail and they'll work their way to the back into the crest, which will just take off the bulk of the coat, which is easier to see a line.
Okay.
So that top line.
Okay.
You can start then shaping your dog around it then. Obviously, like the Kerry Blues and the Terriers, they'll work on the clip work. Bichons, you work on your top line scissor work.
Okay. See, I'm not a scissor person.
Right.
Okay, I'm not a scissor person. I enjoy hand stripping and I enjoy big dog work. Okay, so this to me is fascinating because they take a big blob of hair and they sculpt a beautiful work of art from it. So yo para tijeras no sirvo. Entonces cuando yo veo este tipo de trabajo, okay, para mí es una obra de arte. Cogen una monstruosidad de pelo, una bola de pelo y la cambian y la transforman y hacen una obra de arte.
Sí. Yo el bichón me parece una raza muy complicada, ¿eh? Para mí el bichón frise, por ejemplo, me parece una raza bastante complicada para mí, ¿eh? O sea,
Sí.
La cabeza esa redonda, introducirle las orejas dentro, no sé, me parece una raza súper bonita, pero de arreglar súper complicada.
Sí, yo estoy contigo en eso. El bichón no es... Prefiero hacer un caniche antes de un bichón.
Sí, porque bueno, el caniche también como tiene varios cortes,
Sí.
es como diferente, ¿no?
También, sí. No, pero hasta incluso el Bedlington, yo encuentro que el trabajo del Bedlington es un trabajo espectacular. Vaya, es una raza como ninguna.
Sí.
Es una raza
el
como
pelo
ninguna.
de Wellington, ojo, es muy complicado, ¿eh?
Sí.
El pelito este que tienen así un poco como pluma para mantener este pelo que sea un poco más con más volumen y tal, es complicado, ¿eh? Se tiene que preparar súper bien el pelo
Okay.
de este tipo de perro. En cambio el Kerry me parece como tiene un pelo distinto, a ver que todos los ejemplares no son iguales, ¿eh?
Sí, exacto.
Pero el Kerry ya es como, me parece como más fácil, ¿no? De cortar, ¿no? O sea, no es que sea más fácil para mí, desde mi punto de vista, ¿no? El pelo es distinto, es más Kerry, líneas más rectas, más terrier, ¿no?
Sí, exacto. And do you guys work on Kerry blues at all, either one of you? No. See, I like a Kerry haircut. I think a Kerry implies power and strength. Okay, so there's a lot that goes into a Kerry haircut, but obviously one of the most unique things about the Kerry is the nuances with the coat.
Yeah.
The fact that you have to marcel that coat.
Yeah.
A proper Kerry has a beautiful marcel.
Yeah.
Okay, which no other breed really has in that way. So it has a little bit of that rustic,
Yeah.
and you have to know how to prepare that.
Yeah. Well, the water spaniels are done in exactly the same way.
Right.
Because we have to show with a loose ringlet.
Loose ringlets.
And it's all functional. It was all functional back in the day when they were working dogs. So the theory was that the water drained off them quickly.
Oh,
from the
okay.
spiral curl.
Okay.
The Kerrys, I believe, they leave a lot of fall to protect the eyes. And
Correct.
stuff like that. So I think it's really, really vital, especially in pure breed scissor, to have the breed's original function in the back of your head.
Right.
Yeah, because that's what I with the exception of Bijons, I mean they.
Well, Bichons have a function. Pass to Georgia. Georgia, what is the function of the Bichon?
To be a pain in your butt. Function of the Bichon is to be a dog that comes in and does whatever it wants and looks pretty and cute and it gets away with it. That's the function of a Bichon.
But what's funny is, you know what, I was never into small dogs, and the more I've learned about Bichons, they are a big dog in a very little package.
gosh.
Okay, they love to get dirty,
Yeah.
they love to wrestle, and they're very clownish. They're actually a very interesting little breed. I really do. I have enjoyed them, and now I do have the privilege of being close to some of the top breeders, including Lindsay. All right, Lindsay Dickin. All right, and her Bichons have definitely changed my mind as to what a Bichon is all about.
And they've all got extreme characters, and they Lindsay's have. They've all got different kinds of characters.
Yes.
They're brilliant.
Yes, for sure. And then at the same time, I'll tell you that the Kerrys, they're all dog. They're all rough and tumble, and I really do enjoy working with them as well. So.
We hardly get any in commercial breeding.
You don't get them in commercial grooming very much, no. Now here is my breed. This is my breed. Here we go. This Newfie is what I'm all about. So tell us about Newfie, Chris.
I love Newfoundlands. I groom lots and lots for show.
I know you do. I've seen that.
Yeah, I'm amazed actually the evolution of the trim, because they weren't trimmed at all years ago.
Correct.
But now they're so sculpted, and you know that when I trim to the shape of the dog, so you don't over exaggerate. I don't think you should over exaggerate and for too much. Just trim to the line of the dog, really.
Awesome. Let's pass it over to Judith. Judith, dinos lo que estás mirando, lo que ves. Estábamos hablando de los Bichons, como es Georgia, y él habló del Terranova. Él ha hecho el Terranova para show, okay, sí, para exposición. Dinos del Kerry Blue, a ver, y de lo que estamos mirando ahora.
Bueno, el Kerry, ¿qué te refieres, a la raza?
Sí, un poco de la raza, de la historia.
Sí, es un perro, bueno, es un terrier. No nos olvidemos, aunque tenga pelo rizado, pelo largo, pelo rizado, es un perro, es un terrier, porque normalmente casi todos los terriers son de pelo duro, la gran mayoría, ¿no?
Sí.
Es un terrier de pata alta, bueno, su arreglo es a tijera, sus líneas son muy cuadradas, que es como tienen que ser los terrier. La verdad es que es una raza que yo creo que no he competido nunca con un Kerry.
Bueno, tenemos entonces aquí 3 gente que nunca han competido con Kerry. No, yo mucho menos, pues yo de competición no tengo tanta experiencia. Los que tenemos aquí, pero sí he trabajado con ellos.
Es que ni en la peluquería no he tenido nunca un Kerry.
No se ven mucho.
No, a lo mejor he hecho alguno en casa que alguien nos lo ha dejado, pero no es una raza no es una raza muy común en las peluquerías, al menos aquí en Barcelona, En cambio los bichones, a lo mejor hay alguna raza, algún perrito más, pero el Kerry, aparte es un perro que como es tan terrier, es tan, ¿no?
Pero el Kerry tiene una calidad muy única, que es el marcelado o el estracanado,
que es muy bonito.
del manto.
Del manto,
sí.
Se corta y luego lo pulverizan con agua y queda todo estracanado. A ver, es una raza que digo que tampoco no entiendo mucho de la raza, Me gustan mucho, pero tampoco hay criadores, pero no hay muchos como en comercial,
exacto.
¿no?
Ahora, háblanos del Bedlington. Tenemos aquí varios Bedlingtons también, no muchos, pero veo unos cuantos.
Es una raza que tampoco existe casi en la peluquería comercial,
No.
Un perro también, es un terrier de pelo rizado, que se hace a tijera, su corte es a tijera.
Yeah, do you guys see lots of Bedlingtons where you are? Okay, so
Ellos tienen,
see?
Yeah, we've got a lot, because I live in a very rural area.
son de allí, claro.
So I know lots of breeders as well, so they bring their dogs to me as well.
So you see a lot in US. We don't see very many at all.
No, I got from working type to show type. You know, there's all sorts. The spectrum is massive with that.
Right. See, we don't. I've never seen a working type dog in our in our area at all. We do see show because we do have friends who, being exposed to certain people, you do, get to know them, and so I see many more of them than probably most people do.
Yeah.
All right, but not in your shops.
No.
They don't walk in off the street.
No, we do lots in Devon. Yeah. Do you do many in Wales?
No, we don't have many at all in Wales. It's quite a rare breed. Like when I see them,
Right.
I normally clip them all off because they're so matted and tight because it's like hot wool.
Right.
Texture. The ones we get are once a year clip-offs, and I think I've got 2 on my books. Quite rare down Wales. Well, even though we're quite close, there's a huge.
Sí, so Georgia lo que dice es que ve muy pocos de ellos, y los que ven usualmente no le han hecho nada en meses, y lo que hay que es rasurarlos por completo. So, ¿qué otro tipo de perro tenemos aquí en el ring? ¿Vemos algo más?
Es que en tijera, la clase tijera, que están los Kerrys, están los bichones, están los Wellingtons.
Aquí el Russian Terrier es
también, puede estar en clase tijera.
Es clase tijera.
Y luego.
¿Y el Terranova dónde cabe? Porque no es tijera, ¿sí?
Yo creo que no tengo ni idea.
Tendremos que
Mañana había
preguntar.
un Terranova en workshop
Sí, pero le hicieron un corte de salón.
Vale, corte de
Le
salón.
hicieron un corte de salón que fue un poco más, menos que el corte de show, lo rebajaron un poco más para que fuera fácil para los dueños. Eso sí es típico verlo. Yeah, this morning we did see another Newfoundland that they did in workshop. Okay, but that's a normal clip that you would give for a pet that's home and that you want a little less maintenance. They are a lot of work. So that actually was a very interesting thing to see because this is what comes into our salons. Yeah, this is what comes into our salons. And now we're looking at some of the Asian fusion dogs. They've changed us over so that we can see. Okay, estamos mirando ahora los asiáticos. Yeah. A ver, dime del corte asiático, exacto.
Bueno, es un corte que, claro, se ha puesto como muy de moda porque viene de Asia, ¿no? Pero realmente es un corte de salón.
Sí.
O sea, cómodo, porque cuerpito corto y con un poquito más de pelo en la pata, corto porque le podemos poner vestidos sin problema a la gente de casa. Y las tendencias hacen siempre caras redondas, teddy, que sean, o sea, el antirraza, ¿no? Digamos. O sea,
sí, exacto.
Todo contrario al estándar de la raza.
Uh-huh.
Ya está como está muy de moda. Pero bueno, esto ya hace años que ya les hacíamos los pantaloncitos, ya hacíamos cosas. Hace muchos años los donut, cuando se hacía el caniche con el donut o con medio donut, o sea, ahora está como muy a la moda, pero antiguamente esto ya se hacía, ¿eh? Yo recuerdo que lo hacíamos, no tan marcado, porque realmente el Asian son trabajos muy pulidos, muy tijerita, muy redondear, es bastante complicado desde mi punto de vista, pero bueno, es el corte que habitualmente casi todo público que tiene un caniche pide un corte teddy o redondito.
Yeah, exacto.
Asiático porque...
Okay, so vamos a hablar con Georgia ahora. Georgia, this is your area, this Asian fusion. So tell me what does Asian fusion mean to you guys in UK? Like define Asian fusion for us. Okay, and then tell me what we're looking at now. We have a little bit of color, right?
Color, yeah. So obviously what I've learned today is that Asian and workshop are a bit different over here than they are back home with us. So workshop where you have just your salon dog, your dog will come into salon. Asian to me is something with more flair, with more style and a bit more extreme. So you get the flared legs, the very short chins, the cute cheeks. The colour, I'm not big on colour. I don't use colour much in my kind of work. But if anything, it'd be very little colour like this. So bottoms of the feet, the tails, the ears. Some of them use a little bit of blush on the cheeks. As you can see, a little red heart. That's very minimal in Asian. It's not as extreme as creative then. So for me,
but they can add, I've heard that they can add things like jewelry
Yeah.
or little flowers.
Yeah.
Okay, so they can make little flowers with the hair and so forth, and that's still considered Asian. It would not be considered creative,
Over
correct?
with us, that would be flowers. Unless it's one or two.
Right.
Anything more would be creative.
Would be
But
creative.
then you
Okay.
can do an Asian flair in creative.
Okay.
And just add a bit more colour. That heart would be more than enough for Asian.
Okay.
Necklaces, you can add that on to
Right.
Asian.
necklaces, bows.
Some of them do eyelashes, not actually on the
Right,
eyes,
right,
but
right. On top of
the
them.
eyebrow.
Right.
A lot of them use glitter gems. A lot of them use gems around the face or up the nose of a Yorkie, or even to the point of where they do. It's a bit like the pineapple cut on a Yorkie or a Maltese.
Right.
Where they do the lines.
Where they do the lines. Okay.
That's
Okay.
very extreme Asian, borderline salon creative.
Okay. I've seen there was a Canadian groomer who would do those lines on a schnauzer.
Yeah, so yeah.
Okay, would do lines on a schnauzer. So would something like that be creative, or would it be Asian fusion?
It depends what the schnauzer's face looks like.
Oh, it looked like a schnauzer.
Yeah, so if it's going to look like a schnauzer, it'd be creative.
Okay.
So it'd be salon creative, because
Okay.
back home in the UK we have 3 different types of creative. So you'd have your salon creative, your bare minimum creative, and then extreme creative.
Okay.
So your extreme creative is when you turn the dog into a different object or animal or theme, and you have to have a backstory of why you're turning that, like a bit like a song and dance like they do in America.
Right, yes,
So that's
yes.
extreme. Then you got your borderline is some like salon creative to minimum would be spirals. with
Okay,
with
yes,
with no
yes.
carving. Then you
We call that abstract. In the
Oh, okay.
U.S.,
Yeah.
that's abstract. Abstract would have only color maybe in the lines.
Yeah, like
Okay,
very
maybe a
little.
little bit of gems
Yeah.
or something of that nature, and then a lot of carving. It's
Yeah.
more coat carving.
So that's salon creative with us, which you would maybe be asked to do that in the salon. Like,
Right.
Nobody's going to come in and ask my dog to look like Toy Story. It's
Correct.
going to be like, can you do a holly for Christmas or a Christmas tree on its back? That is what we class then as salon creative. But then you can do salon creative of an Asian face. So it's a very fine line between them all.
Yeah, I think my suggestion would be if you're going to compete, that you check very carefully the rules of the
Yeah.
area that you're in.
Yeah.
Because even in the U.S., there are some shows that allow certain things and
Yeah.
some shows that don't allow those things at all.
exactly, in
So
the UK as
you
well.
have to really check. So, but it's very interesting. It really is an interesting thing, and a lot of it has to do with low maintenance.
Yeah.
It started as a low maintenance cut. There's
Yeah.
things that you can do to send it home so it doesn't come back all matted.
Yeah, and the main reason for it was because over in Korea and Thailand they dress their dogs up. So everything, they got pajamas, they got day wear, they got night wear, they've got swimsuits, they got everything. So the reason
¿Estás oyendo? ¿Estás oyendo? Ok, dice ella que en Asia mucho de esto empezó porque tienen ropa para los perros,
Exacto, para vender.
pero no solo una ropita, no, tienen ropa de la mañana, tienen ropa para dormir,
está
tienen
muy de moda.
bikinis,
Sí,
tienen
de
para
todo.
ir,
Sí,
sí, tienen de todo.
Pijama,
Sí.
para salir a la mañana, el chándal, tienen de todo. Sí. He podido estar en Asia y lo he visto con mis ojos, realmente. Los asiáticos, con el tema de la ropa de los perros están, bueno, y los accesorios de todo tipo, es una pasada. Y es verdad que los cuerpos los hacen cortitos para que
Sí.
no se enrede, que sea más fácil de mantener el
Pero
ejemplar.
entonces verdaderamente es un estilo que es bueno para el salón.
Sí.
Porque mantiene el pelo limpio, sin nudos, y a la misma vez le da un poquito de
belleza,
sí, de
bonito.
belleza,
Exacto,
nosotros le decimos en inglés makes it cute.
Sí.
Okay, entonces para que ellos los dueños disfruten de algo diferente.
Exacto.
So, y es algo también bueno para esa gente que vienen y te dicen, bueno, tengo un caniche, pero no quiero que luzca como un caniche, right?
Exacto. Eso es súper típico. O sea,
No, y eso es en todo país,
el
en todo
99%
país.
del que
Do-
se compra
I have a poodle, but I don't want it to look like a poodle, right? Right? Ajá.
Quieren un caniche, pero no quieren el estándar del caniche. Yo le digo, pues te hubieras comprado otra raza, ¿no? Pero pasa también con el schnauzer últimamente, me piden la carita redondita como un puppy, ¿no? Y dices, bueno, es que el schnauzer tiene que tener sus barbas y sus cejas, ¿no? No quieren que se le vean los ojos, quieren que las barbas sean cortas porque también es más cómodo si beben agua, no les dejen la casa llena de agua. Bueno, la verdad es que, bueno, como siempre es el mundo al revés, ¿no?
Yeah, she was saying that what she's seeing too in her salon is people will come in with a schnauzer and they'll say, oh, I don't want it to look like a schnauzer. Can you make that face round, or can you make don't give it eyelashes. I don't want the eyelashes. Or do you have that in your salons as well?
Yeah, we do, and I think that's where the Asian comes in quite handy. If you want to deviate from a breed standard trim,
Right.
like I'll go and look at George's photos and do a cute donut moustache or something like that. So I think there is bits you can take, aren't there, from all of it, you know?
Yeah, and that is the beauty of Asian, that you can take different things from different places and fuse them all together. All right, and have them still be cute, still be different. Okay, still leave your mark. Make it something that's your own as a stylist, because as stylists, we all want to be creative.
Yeah.
We all want to have our mark that we leave that defines us. So those are the things that we can definitely work with. So tell us what you're seeing now besides a dog on a screen.
Is that, that was model dog.
It does look like one, doesn't it? It's a model dog.
I believe, is that poodle, I suppose, is it? Yeah. Yeah, poodle. Yeah. Yeah, lovely. It looks like there's going to be quite a headpiece on that.
I see that. I see that. Okay, we're going to cut now for the moment. We're going to go to an interview coming up shortly, so we will get back to you right away.
No sé si-
Bueno, pues ahora es el turno de entrevistar a una de esas personas que no se ven, pero que tiene un peso importantísimo en la trayectoria de Artero y en concreto en la organización de este evento. Joaquín Mora, hola, gracias por estar aquí. Bueno, primer campeonato presencial después del COVID, nueva localización, nuevo formato. ¿Podrías decirnos un poco dónde estamos, cómo están organizadas las actividades y cómo se ha distribuido el espacio?
Hola, Munsa, ¿qué tal? Pues estamos ahora mismo en las instalaciones de Artero. Es la primera vez que vamos a organizar un evento de estas características porque estrenamos nave. De hecho, estamos un poquito de obras todavía. Estamos situados en Vilassar de Dalt, que es un pueblecito cerca de Mataró, de la costa del Maresme. Y bueno, vamos a hacer muchísimas actividades durante el fin de semana. El campeonato en sí, con las diferentes categorías, que han sido sábado por la mañana, que van a ser ahora sábado por la tarde y bueno, durante todo el día de mañana, que continuaremos con Spaniels por la mañana, con Caniches por la tarde. Realizamos también seminarios, unos seminarios de formación con 4 grandes peluqueros, que son Víctor Rosado, Luisa Arroyo, Costin Stoica y Ferruccio Suave. Aparte de esto, bueno, tenemos un showroom en la tienda con una exposición de productos para que todo el mundo pueda conocer las últimas novedades que hay disponibles y las puedan tocar y esto en sí serían las actividades que vamos a tener durante el fin de semana.
Bueno, pues el resultado ya lo vemos, ¿no? Es espectacular, pero para organizar un evento como este, ¿cuánto tiempo antes empieza la organización?
La organización yo te diría que empieza el lunes siguiente de cuando acaba el campeonato, porque somos muy exigentes con nosotros mismos y aunque recibimos casi siempre, y espero que este año también, muchas felicitaciones, es el momento para ver qué hemos hecho bien, qué hemos hecho cosas que podemos mejorar y ya empezamos a pensar en el próximo campeonato. Podemos empezar a preparar el evento en sí, pues 7 o 8 meses antes para poder contactar con jueces, para que tengan su disponibilidad, para no interferir entre otros campeonatos, que es importante dejar 2 meses entre uno y otro para que los participantes puedan prepararse los perros y no dejen de asistir a otros campeonatos. O sea que tranquilamente 8 o 9 meses antes esto ya empieza a rodar.
O sea, tela. Y es así. ¿Y más o menos cuánto personal tiene Artero ahora mismo trabajando en este evento?
Personal propio de Artero seremos aproximadamente unas 30 personas, 31. Me lo sé un poco de memoria porque hice un grupo de WhatsApp y estamos todos los implicados directamente durante el fin de semana, estamos todos aquí. Pero hay más personas detrás, tenemos a toda la empresa detrás, a los compañeros de diseño, el equipo comercial, toda la empresa en sí colabora para poder llevar a este evento. Ahora concretamente, personal Artero hay 30 personas, luego están los jueces, está el equipo de Artero Creative UK, que también estaba dándonos su apoyo, o sea, somos mucha gente.
Vale, ¿y cómo crees qué mejoras crees que ofrece a los competidores el hecho de celebrar la competición aquí en esta ubicación en comparación a las anteriores?
Siempre hay algunas ventajas y algunos inconvenientes comparando con otras ubicaciones, ¿no? Aquí estamos un poquito más separados de Barcelona, pero es mucho más cómodo para los participantes a la hora de lo que es el acceso, lo que es el parking. No realizar en un palacio de congresos o en un sitio externo siempre complica mucho más porque se necesitan acreditaciones especiales y aquí es en la sede de Artero y somos nosotros los que damos el acceso y yo creo que eso es lo lo mejor, o sea, siempre buscamos la comodidad para el participante y creo que aquí lo reúne todo para ello.
Totalmente. Pero bueno, veo que primero fue Artero Grooming Slam, después fue el online, ahora es presencial, pero al mismo tiempo se retransmite en streaming. ¿Cómo complica esto la organización del evento? ¿Y afecta a los competidores de alguna manera?
Te hace una preguntita. A ver, el streaming es algo que no se ve, digamos, los competidores no lo perciben en el momento, a ellos no les afecta, pero lleva un trabajo técnico que realizamos también con personal de Artero, que no es personal externo, y lógicamente no somos profesionales de este tipo de eventos, pero creemos que es la manera de darlo a conocer en todo el mundo, que para los competidores es muy gratificante que sus amigos, sus familiares que no se puedan desplazar y que desde cualquier punto del planeta les puedan ver trabajar. Entonces creo que merece la pena el esfuerzo. Es una complicación técnica tremenda, pero bueno, lo estamos intentando.
Está yendo bien. Vale, y bueno, un tema bastante estrella, hemos comentado que es el primero presencial después del COVID, ¿no? Entonces la gente está contenta, pero ¿alguna normativa o restricción todavía se arrastra por aquí? ¿Hay algo que hubieras hecho diferente o que hubieras cambiado si no hubiera ninguna restricción? Del COVID, obviamente, estamos hablando.
Bueno, lo principal, sobre todo, que es muy incómodo para todos los participantes, para el jurado y tal, porque están trabajando durante horas, es trabajar con mascarilla, pero claro, es algo que lo tenemos que hacer todos, que nosotros, bueno, ahora estamos no llevamos mascarilla puesta, pero bueno, estamos separados y nos hemos hecho las pruebas pertinentes y tal, pero sobre todo el tema de la mascarilla por los participantes en sí, los que asisten a los seminarios, que tantas horas seguidas trabajando y tal, pues les es muy incómodo. Intentamos tener, pues bueno, todo lo más aireado posible, tener las distancias adecuadas, gel por todos sitios y bueno, sobre todo más la incomodidad, sobre todo para los participantes, que no para nosotros.
Vale, gracias. Y bueno, sabemos que se ha llegado al cupo de inscripciones. ¿Cuántas han sido en total?
Pues han sido cerca de 240 inscripciones, que es el máximo que podíamos tener. Tenemos 60 mesas por sesión. En algunas hace ya meses que pusimos el tope y hemos tenido personas en reserva que no hemos podido incluir. Lo sentimos por ellos y nos están escuchando ahora, pero no podíamos poner por normativa más de 60 mesas. Sí que en otras, a lo mejor ahora por la tarde, que es en la sesión de Spaniels y tal, han habido personas que por restricciones en sus países a última hora no han podido acceder y quizás quedará alguna mesa libre, pero más o menos la capacidad máxima sería 240 personas y no podemos dar acogida a más aunque quisiéramos.
Vale, bueno, pues nos alegramos de que esté siendo un éxito y yo ya no tengo más preguntas, así que muchísimas gracias por tu tiempo y que acabe de ir lo mejor que pueda. Muchas gracias.
Pues muchas gracias a vosotros y bueno, dar las gracias por aquí a todas las personas que nos estén viendo a través de Facebook, de YouTube y de Twitch, creo que era también, y agradecerles que formen parte de esta gran familia de los peluqueros caninos y que esperemos que les esté gustando la retransmisión. Muchas gracias.
Okay, we are back at the Grooming Slam. I hope you all enjoyed the interview. We are going to be back with Georgia and Chris.
Hello.
All righty. So it seems that everybody's working really diligently and trying to get things done. And how much time do they have to do these trims, Chris? What is the timeline like? Tell me.
These smaller dogs, I think they're 2 hours from from start to finish, and the larger ones get an extra half an hour, 2.5 hours.
That's the UK.
That's the UK one.
Okay, so let's take a look at what they gave us here as timeline and see how that compares to UK. Let's take a look. Okay, so Bichon Bedlington is 2 hours, and the rest is 2.5 hours. So that is correct. And then if you're an intermediate, do you guys have different classes at UK as well?
Yeah, I think we do.
And do they work the same as the European ones?
No, I think we do beginner, open, and champion, don't we?
Yeah,
so
3 levels.
you go into beginner. When you win out of beginner, you go into open. Then you win out of open, you go into champion.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's
All right.
staggered like that.
So we also have in the USA, we have the 3 levels, all right, and what we have is beginner, intermediate, and open.
Yeah.
Are the 3 different levels that we have. And you have to gain access as you go winning.
Yeah.
Okay, you get certain points, and then you go on up the rankings. So we have little nuances and little differences
Yeah.
when we're doing. And in fact, there's 1 or 2 little shows that will have different rules and regulations. But
I think the majority of our competitions are modelled on the US
yes.
type anyway, because it's really that's where it originated from, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we've changed a lot of things as we've gone along so that we can adhere more to a lot of what's happening here in Europe.
Yeah, yeah.
So we've changed some of the breeds that are allowed and some of the things so that we are all kind of on the same
page.
level playing field when we go to championships.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so are you guys earning points for championships, the 2 of you,
Not
when you
yet.
compete, or not yet?
No, we haven't had any competitions yet, so
Okay.
we're just sort of out of lockdown.
But is that in your goals?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'll be out next year in pure breed scissor with
Okay.
Rubin and a water spaniel. So hoping to next year.
Okay, sounds good. And what about you, Georgia?
So in the UK, there was a controversy between Groom Team England, like I said, you know, everyone's
Right.
were English. We're not Welsh. It's like England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales.
Right.
So I'm actually on Groom Team Wales, but with COVID, that was meant to be our first year, so we haven't done
Okay.
anything with it.
Okay.
So with because not many people compete from Wales, we haven't gone on a point system yet as such.
Right.
We've just gone through like who's placing, who's winning best in shows, and I was lucky enough to get onto Groom Team Wales. But ideally, I would like it to be Groom Team GB because
Right,
or
Great Britain.
whatever way they want to do it, so that we have a fair level.
Right.
Field, because obviously we've got to travel hours to go to any competitions.
Right.
Same as Scotland and Ireland, where everything's in England because everyone knows England. And,
Right.
you know, Belgium's come over from England. You know.
But it's most of the difference.
Yeah, everything's
So,
smack in the end.
right. Gotcha. So the goal is to get in there and to be on the team and be
Yeah.
part of the team, and that's an awesome goal. Have you been to the championships?
No.
Okay, I have had the privilege of working with one of the top competitors, and so I have traveled to several championships as an assistant. All right, and it's been quite an experience, and in fact, that is how I ended up working for Artero in the 2013 championships when they hosted in Barcelona. I ended up working for Artero the following year as a translator, and I've been working for Artero ever since. So in one form or another. So yes, for sure. So what are we looking at now? Let's take a look and see if we can see. There's a lot of Bedlingtons in the ring. Yes, a lot of Bedlingtons, a lot of Bichon.
It's quite a lot of Kerry Blues. We don't see a lot of many of them either. Surprisingly, no Wheatons. We got
Yes, you're right.
Wheatons in,
You're right. No Wheatons is correct.
So this is a bubble butt. So this is something that I love. Oh, it depends. They call it a diaper.
Yes.
Thing. I like to know it's a bubble butt. We've got kind of got a thing in the UK. A few of us girls, I kind of known for doing the bubble butt.
Okay.
So you'll go bubble 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 bubble.
Okay.
As you go, but that's the excitement of competing, is that the crowds are actually like getting involved and it's becoming a more popular kind of thing. This is really cool because it's like an ombre kind of blues, purples, mermaidy thing gone. This is a challenge.
I see that. That's a lot of hair. That is a lot of hair, a very big dog, and in not a very long amount of time. Because, let's see, let's take a look. And,
Should be 2.5 hours, I would have thought.
let's see, Asian Fusion, 2 hours.
Oh,
So
she
she-
extra for bigger dog.
No, that is for bigger dog.
Oh.
Okay, small and medium is 1 hour 45 minutes. So
Oh,
that
right, okay.
that already has the extra built in, and that's not a lot of time at all. No, yeah, for sure.
So yeah, as you can see, the flare legs are coming. So a lot of them work from the beveled foot and get their leg up and pinch it into a triangle split with a point of elbow. So as you can see, she's pulling the hair out and working down. So that's the way you get the kind of flared look. That's basically it for Asian legs, is flared.
It is. It's flared, and what I find is it's funny is because it's done so that the dog can wear little clothings and little outfits. It's often very off balance to the person that is a balanced. Chris is having a little bit of a coronary. So because you if you're a breed person and you look at these, okay, they are long, okay, they're tall, they're extra tall, so yes.
Yeah, but I mean, like Georgia said, it's for a function because they're dressed.
Correct.
I mean, I like a deep chest on a dog, and
Right.
But often the Asian fusion, they do look shallow-chested and slightly
Because they take the chest off.
Yeah.
Okay, actually the chest is taken off, so because it's part of the dog that gets the most tangled. Okay, would be under the arms, would be under, so they take that whole piece off. Okay, so that there's no. We'll keep waving. We'll keep waving. So that is definitely a look that is it's like they say, it's an acquired taste.
Yeah,
it's an acquired taste.
I've got nothing but admiralty for.
Oh, absolutely.
And the technique and the artistry that goes into
Yes,
it.
yes.
And you've got to have a lot of imagination, I think, for Asian. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's not like doing a breed standard trim as Asian, Georgia. I mean, I went to an Asian seminar many years ago, and the woman taking it said, "Get your breed standards book and throw it out the window." And I.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we have been talking in English the whole time because right now we have English speakers present. So I'm going to switch over to a little bit of Spanish para los que estén mirando y viendo lo que estamos viendo. Estamos hablando del asiático y de dónde proviene y de qué tipo de estilos. Es algo que cuando uno tiene un estándar hace el perro lucir cuadrado, y muchas veces cuando estamos trabajando con el asiático, el perro luce o alto o largo o corto, y a nosotros que trabajamos más con el estándar nos luce que está fuera de balance, porque lo está, pero es algo que tiene una razón y tiene un porqué. Ahora nos vuelve a entrar Judith Camarasa. Judith, estábamos hablando de, bueno, en este momento tenemos un Terranova en pantalla.
Usted tiene mucho trabajo, Lulu.
Sí,
Me encantan los Terranovas.
Sí, a mí me encanta, pero sí, es mucho trabajo. Pero lo que estábamos hablando anterior, habíamos dicho que para el peluquero que sigue el estándar, okay, el asiático, okay, es difícil. Porque es que no tiene balance.
Exacto.
No tiene balance, tiene...
Exactamente lo contrario al
Exacto,
estándar,
exacto. Chris dijo que él fue a tomar un curso y lo primero que la que estaba enseñando le dijo fue: coge el libro de los estándares y tíralo por la ventana. Sí, tíralo por la ventana para afuera porque no lo vas a usar.
Sí, es totalmente lo contrario.
Sí, y
campanadas,
sí.
Desbalance total, no tiene nada que ver con el balance de la raza y de la estructura y de las líneas, ¿no?
Sí, no, son altos, agalgados, pues le hemos quitado la parte de abajo para que no se anude, pero
no se ensucie con el pipi.
Exacto.
Cosas. Luego, claro, si tiene la espalda curvada, pues con el rasurado se va a ver toda la espalda curvada.
Exacto.
Se le ve toda la estructura que aunque si es fea, pues claro, se le afea aún más, ¿no? Pero
Sí,
bueno,
exacto.
la verdad es que el particular, la gente
No,
de pet shop,
y la ropita lo hace lindo.
y la ropita lo hace lindo.
La ropita lo hace lindo.
Es así. Yo, por ejemplo, en mi peluquería intento que no sea tan corto, por eso, de los lo que es el lomo, la zona
Exacto.
del tronco, siempre intento que sea un poquito largo, no hago rasurados cortos, aunque lleven ropa, porque no va conmigo ese estilo, ¿no? Yo creo
Exacto.
que cada peluquero tiene su estilo, pero yo intento que no sea tampoco un pelo muy corto.
No, Chris también nos decía que no va con él tampoco, como es un peluquero de raza, okay, y es criador de ciertas razas, es muy difícil el acostumbrarse. Sin embargo, Georgia, okay, le encanta, es el estilo de ella, es lo que ella aprecia y ella, vaya, lo hace todo completamente para expresar su creatividad.
Sí, no, y está
Sí.
muy bien.
Yeah.
No, y que realmente cada vez el cliente quiere más eso, ¿eh?
Yes.
Tenemos de aprender de todas las técnicas porque esto es lo que nos pide nuestro cliente.
Yeah, the
que es con
clients
el que nosotros vivimos, ¿no?
the clients come in and they ask for these Asian fusion cuts because they're what's popular, they're what's cute, okay, and they're what's comfortable. They're what's comfortable. So are you seeing a lot of people that come in and ask for those type of cuts or no?
I personally do, especially after being on Butch Perfect as well. There's a lot more of the social media kind of outlook on it.
Right.
So I get the whole Instagrammers that come in with the Instagram photo and make my dog look like this, which sometimes it's not possible, but it has got Asian flair to it where I can kind of work my magic. But you, Chris, no?
No, I've never been asked to do Asian, but the one thing I did get asked, which I think was Asian inspired, was the boo cut on the palms. So the
Yes, the boo cut is popular, I think, everywhere. El corte de pomeranio, que boo, okay.
Sí, está muy de moda, pero es que se cargan el pelo del pelo pomerania, ¿no? Cuando lo cortan tan corto y ya luego el pelo no queda igual.
Right. Right. What she says is that while it is very popular, she strongly recommends against it only because of the palm hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, the palm hair will then, on occasion, we all know that Pomeranians are susceptible to alopecia. They are susceptible to other things that damage the coat and the hair. All right, and it's in their genes from the beginning. So we try to steer away from that and not give them that. No, eso fue antes ya.
O sea, estropean totalmente el
Yeah.
pelo y la gente te dice, no, es que lo quiero corto. Yo digo, no, es que no te lo puedo cortar tanto porque nos estamos cargando el pelo, el tipo de pelaje, porque realmente no
Sí.
es un perro para cortar
Exacto.
tan corto, porque te cargas todo el manto y han habido casos de que no ha crecido más el manto.
Correcto.
Es muy complicado el tema del Pomerania. Pero bueno, para gustos colores, si te lo pide el cliente, si no lo haces tú, lo hará el vecino de al lado que tiene una peluquería.
Yes.
Entonces acabas haciendo un poco pues, lo que realmente quiere el cliente. Siempre aconsejando de que no es un buen servicio que se tiene que hacer así el Pomerania, o aconsejando al cliente, ¿no?
Yeah.
El profesional eres tú. Aquí vemos a Irina.
Irina es parte del Artero World Team, no, del creative team.
Sí,
Y es de Portugal.
de Portugal.
Correcto.
Bona Irina. Este tiene la cola corta, ¿no? ¿O no? Me parece a mí, ¿o qué? No. Yes, yeah.
So she separated that probably
But
into a flower.
tell them what you're seeing.
Venga, vamos, cambiar.
Tell them.
Back to that red dog, you can see we were talking about whether it was a dock dog or not, but actually it's just a section of hair that you keep if you're going to create a flower or a butterfly or anything that kind of represent. It's basically a top knot in the area you want to keep. So you pin the hair so you don't cut it off, and you let the pin off and you make your shapes. So normally sometimes you can use it with a hair straightener and a comb, or you can really use it with just a comb and some hairspray.
Okay, and there we have a competitor who's got the tail in the noose, in the loop. Did you see the tail in the grooming loop? Let's see if they pan back. He was using the grooming loop to hold the tail out of the way. And while he was scissoring the head. So yes.
That's very similar to, I don't know if you've seen the Bichons with the vet wrapper on the tails. there's another way of doing it instead of
right,
yeah,
correct.
So, you do that to either stop the dog from peeing on its tail or cutting the tail off, and some people use it as like I'm just gonna say like a stopper. So you lift the tail up and you can see dead on where your tail sets.
Right.
You can start your back top line.
Yeah, and here we can see they're using it for the ears.
Yeah,
They're using it so that the ears are out of the way and they can do the neck and the head work. Okay, or they use it so that the dog will not eat or chew at its ears as well.
Or dribble.
All right, right, or dribble on them, get them otherwise dirty. So the vet wrap really works really well. You'll see it used on whiskers. You'll see it used on ears and tails and other parts where you want to section off something.
Yeah.
So
it's also very handy if you're competing with a spaniel.
Right.
You wrap the legs off when you've got the 15-minute break or however long they have. Quick wrap around their feet and take them outside for a pee.
Correct.
Yes. Stops them flicking all
right.
everywhere.
So that works really well, though, when you're doing all these little cuts that require specific sections of hair to be kept off and so we're watching the commercials along with everyone else at this point. Classes that are up. The groomers are diligently working to get everything done. Okay, so tell me what you see out there in this sea of groomers. Besides this Newfoundland again, there's our Newfie.
Beautiful Newfoundland.
He is beautiful, yes. He
Um,
definitely is beautiful.
Yeah. Obviously that Kerry's got his beard banded, or to keep it dry.
Yes, exactly. Also keeps them from chewing on it.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes a lot of these dogs will chew, they'll pull the hair from their beards into their mouth and chew on it.
It's
And
very hard to
and-
do a face, isn't it, when they're going...
yes, and they can ruin the whole look of the beard. You know, we already spoke about how difficult it is to keep these dogs in proper condition. So imagine just because of a little bit of vet wrap that you didn't put on,
Yeah.
okay, you end up with a face that's damaged after so much work.
Lots of Bichons. They're popular in Spain, are they? Yeah.
Oh, well, I think they're popular in this class because it's a scissoring class, so they come from all over. Actually, we took a poll earlier, and we have representation of 21 different countries
Wow.
present at this event, which is incredible.
That's amazing, considering what's gone on this last 2 years.
Absolutely, it really is an amazing thing. At first, we didn't think it was that many, and we guessed, okay, maybe 10. And when they actually went and ran some numbers for me to take a look at, we have 21 different countries represented here
We
today.
don't get any sort of international attendance like that in the UK, but it may be because of our quarantine laws, I suppose. But
Yeah, well, when you have quarantine laws in any country, it's very difficult because you're talking that people that come in, like you said, this is not a matter of just grooming a dog, even though just grooming a dog is wonderful. Okay, it's a matter of going ahead and maintaining the dog prior, especially on something like a hand strip dog. All right, what layers do you have there when if you are solely renting or borrowing a dog, you don't know what has gone into getting that dog prepared and ready for the competition.
mystery, isn't it?
And it may not be to your standards,
No.
which is not fair to you as a groomer.
I think stripping is much harder in competition because you have time limits on that coat, don't you? I mean, it's got to be ready when the
Right,
competition's ready.
right.
I mean, if it's not, it's not. There's nothing you can
Well, and what ends up happening sometimes too, because of hormones and other things like that, when a stripping coat blows its coat, okay, you've lost months of work because in some cases it doesn't grow as fast as other coats do, and so you've lost months of prep work that you've been working on.
Yeah, I think that's why I enjoy the pure breed scissor because, provided you've got the quality of coat, you could have a quality coat all year
Right.
round rather than,
Right. Yeah, where if you have a dog like hand strip, okay, just a bitch in season may mess up every other dog in the kennel
Yeah.
because as soon as she hits season, the males then their hormones go all wonky, and so you end up with a dog that you can't use for competition.
I think stripping is a challenge in competition. We've got chunkers on a Kerry.
I love my chunkers. My chunkers make it seem that I can scissor any dog.
We use them a lot now for the rustic breeds.
Yes,
Water
yes.
Spaniels, anything you want a soft finish, and especially with curly coated dogs, they must have a tapered end to the curl. So it mustn't be a blunt end, and you'll get a much softer finish and a tapered end on a curl with a chunker than you would a scissor.
Right. Well, it's funny because we call it, some of my clients call them the Photoshop, okay, of the scissoring world, because you can take a dog and go ahead and give it a complete haircut,
Yeah.
and just to touch it up with the chunkers, and it makes all those lines disappear and so forth. Yes, thank you. So here we're back to the Newfie again, and he's got a lot of work. That is a lot of hair on that dog. And a lot of people think that it's just, like you said, a natural breed. There's nothing natural about the Newfie anymore.
very sculpted now. I reckon you're probably heading towards as much work as a poodle, I reckon. Now.
Yes. Well, and even a little bit more work because your poodle's not going to dirty itself all over again. Okay, and unfortunately, and this being my breed, I definitely have a right to say it. He will get filthy. He will drool all over himself, and his chest piece will get all dirty. If you look at it, when he first started, he came in wearing a bib. Okay, and that is to protect that chest piece because the chest piece is vital to the groom.
You'll see all UK dog shows too. They all wear.
Exactly. So that and when he was drooling, we call him a slinger. He had a very drooly slinger. Okay, and yeah, there's a lot of work involved there. You're gonna. Most people don't realize that you trim down the ears quite a bit. Yeah. You round off the head, you do the feet, do the chest, bring in that neck, okay, so that they don't look like the Hulk. You want them to look like they have a neck. All right.
In the UK now, we really sculpt elbows and shoulders as well now. So they take it right in underneath, so the elbows sit nice and tightly to the body. But yeah, it's remarkable how much it's changed. But I think the changes came from the US originally.
Probably, and we do have a tendency in the US to over-exaggerate some things. One of the things that we over-exaggerate, especially in the Newf, is the coat itself. Okay, the coat is, we breed for more coat on occasion. Like you'll see people specifically breeding for additional coat. But personally, as a Newfie person, all right, they wouldn't be able to do the job that they're supposed to do because they'll go in the ocean and sink. And sink to the bottom because of the fact that they have so much coat. Yes. Estamos hablando del Terranova, de que el que está aquí está muy bonito, el que está aquí, pero usualmente la gente pensaba que Terranova era una raza natural, pero ya de natural tiene muy poco. Se le hace mucho trabajo. Se le arreglan las orejas, se le arreglan las patas, lo que es el pecho, okay, todo eso lleva una cantidad de trabajo.
Pero la gran mayoría de razas tienen arreglo, ¿eh?
Sí,
hasta
sí,
las razas
sí.
de pelo corto.
Sí.
Realmente casi todos los perros que salen en un show, sean de pelo corto, pelo duro,
exacto,
todos tienen arreglo. Más o menos, pero la gran mayoría tienen arreglo y el Terranova sí que es verdad que tiene mucho arreglo y al ser un perro tan grande, de esas dimensiones, es un trabajo muy costoso y muy cansado. Yo es que los hago en la peluquería, pero no los recorto tanto, porque la gente tampoco me lo piden, ¿eh?
Sí,
lo prefieren más natural, no quieren tanto retoque.
Pero a veces, yo sí he encontrado que a veces si se lo rebajas un poco, lo mantienen mejor en casa.
Limpio,
lo mantienen mejor en casa.
Sí, porque realmente es un perro que es muy...
Ok, en este momento lo que van a hacer es van a parar en los 10 minutos de descanso para darle un descanso a los perros.
A los perros, sí, para que se relajen, puedan hacer un pipí o lo que sea, estén tranquilitos 10 minutos fuera.
Exacto.
Y que luego vuelvan a estar otra vez para seguir trabajando.
Exactly. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a 10-minute break. They're going to take give the dogs a break. They'll take them for a walk or out to go potty. Give them a little bit of drink of water. All right, and let them just stop grooming, and then they will continue. So we will be back in 10 minutes with the live stream. Thank you for joining us.
Bueno, pues como veis, Artero Grooming Slam no solo es una competición, sino que también ofrece formación. A lo largo del evento se van a realizar 4 ponencias de mano de 4 de los mejores peluqueros del mundo. Tenemos Luisa Arroyo desde España, Bueno, pues ahora es el turno de entrevistar a una de esas personas que no se ven, pero que tiene un peso importantísimo en la trayectoria de Artero, y en concreto en la organización de este evento. Joaquín Mora, hola, gracias por estar aquí. Bueno, primer campeonato presencial después del COVID, nueva localización. Bueno, como podéis ver, hay bastantes, algunos son competidores, pero bueno, todos son peluqueros profesionales. En esta profesión nunca se deja de aprender, por eso están todos aquí. Ahora mismo vemos a Víctor Rosado, como decíamos, que ha venido desde Puerto Rico y está realizando una ponencia sobre el Kerry Blue Terrier, una raza en la que es un especialista. Bueno, pues como veis, Artero Grooming Slam no solo es una competición, sino que también ofrece formación. A lo largo del evento se van a realizar 4 ponencias de mano de 4 de los mejores peluqueros del mundo. Tenemos Luisa Arroyo desde España, tenemos a Costin Stoica desde UK, a Ferruccio Suave desde Italia y a Víctor Rosado desde Puerto Rico, que es el que está empezando ahora mismo. Bueno, vamos a... Bueno, como podéis ver, hay bastantes, algunos son competidores, pero bueno, todos son peluqueros profesionales. En esta profesión nunca se deja de aprender, por eso están todos aquí. Ahora mismo vemos a Víctor Rosado, como decíamos, que ha venido desde Puerto Rico y está realizando una ponencia sobre el Kerry Blue Terrier, una raza en la que es un especialista. Grooming Slam cuenta con una zona de baño para que los peluqueros puedan preparar los modelos antes de la competición. Los peluqueros se apuntan en una lista para organizar el tiempo y de esa manera pueden preparar los modelos sin estrés y con calma. Ahora veremos si eso es verdad. El encargado de esta zona es Moja, que está por aquí adentro, y ahora le vamos a hacer un par de preguntas. Y bueno, una vez, contarán con 4 bañeras, 12 mesas, y Artero también ofrece secadores, por eso no se oye casi nada, cosmética y bayetas. Una vez estén preparados los perros, podrán subir a la zona de competición a través de unos ascensores. Vamos a ver qué nos cuentan. Bueno, como decía antes, este es Moja, el encargado de la zona de baño. ¿Cómo va la mañana?
La mañana va bastante bien, de momento.
De momento.
¿Qué vamos haciendo?
¿Dentro del horario?
El horario de momento va todo bien.
¿Y los ves muy estresados, calmados?
Eso bastante nerviosos van.
Ay, nervios. Bueno, vamos a preguntarles a ellos. Gracias. Hola, buenos días. ¿Qué tal vas por aquí?
Bueno, bien, preparando.
¿Ya lo tienes todo?
Casi, ya lo tenemos casi.
Ahora luego entiendo que pasarás aquí a la zona de secado.
Sí, pasamos a la zona de secado para terminar de preparar el manto y si tenemos que poner algo para empezar la competición con un pelo óptimo.
¿Y hasta ahora has tenido todo lo que necesitas? ¿Ves todo bien?
Por supuesto, es Artero, lo tenemos todo.
Gracias, suerte.
Gracias.
Y bueno, vamos a preguntar por aquí. Hola, buenos días. ¿Cómo vas por aquí?
Pues mira, preparando.
¿Has tenido todo como esperabas? ¿Todo bien?
Sí, como otras veces, sí.
Bueno, pues no te molestamos más, que tengas mucha suerte.
Gracias.
Hola. Uy, hola. Buenos días. Morning. No, too busy. Está demasiado ocupado para hablar ahora mismo. Son 2 en un perro. Hola, buenos días. ¿Qué tal?
Bien, aquí con nervios ya, ganas de empezar.
Eso te iba a preguntar. ¿Los tienes controlados, no? ¿Cuántas que...?
Vamos bien, ahora al baño y nada, ya prejuicios.
Perfecto, pues nada, que tengas mucha suerte. Nos vemos. Hola, buenos días. ¿Cómo va eso? ¿Cómo van los nervios?
Bueno, ahí están.
¿Ya has tenido todo lo que precisabas para preparar a tu modelo?
Sí, todo está perfecto.
Bueno, pues nada, te deseamos mucha suerte.
Muchas gracias.
If you could lose
Welcome back to the Artero Grooming Slam 2021 en Barcelona. Bienvenidos de nuevo al Artero Grooming Slam 2021 aquí en Barcelona. Estamos en la clase de Asian Fusion y tijeras. Estamos acompañados por Georgia. Georgia es de Artero UK y vamos a hablar un poquito. El estilo de ella es Asian Fusion. So vamos a hablar un poquitico de Asian Fusion y de lo que estamos viendo en pantalla y lo que está ocurriendo, las preparativas que han hecho los ponentes para poder ellos, a los competidores, para poder ellos prepararse y llegar a este punto. Georgia, welcome back with us. Thanks for being here. We really appreciate it. So your forte is the Asian Fusion?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so tell us why you like Asian Fusion so much. What do you like about it?
I'm a bit of a rebel, as you can see, full of tattoos.
Okay.
Yeah. So both my parents are breed standards to the book, to the rule kind of people, both show, both judge. So I wanted to step out of the box and do something that was completely wrong in their eyes, like we said.
I like
earlier.
that. I like it. I like it.
So I thought I'd always been a workshop, commercial kind of groomer. And then I decided to do a bit more extreme Asian. So I went to Thailand and learned more of the really, really short bodies.
Nice.
What you see now, like the more extreme kind of work.
Where did you go in Thailand?
I went to Starwoods.
You did.
Yeah.
Okay. I know it well.
I love it.
I've heard great things about it as far as teaching and
Yeah,
style
yeah.
and I've heard that the people are really amazing and very outgoing and you're like one of their own when you get
God,
there.
Yeah, they took us in like a very odd adopted daughter.
There you go. Hey, that's
So
okay.
small.
That's okay.
Yeah, they took us for food every day. They were brilliant, and my husband's doggy-minded but not doggy-minded now kind of stuff.
Yes.
And they really looked after him as well and really explained like what they wanted to teach me, which was really nice because they don't really bring your spouses into it really that much.
Right,
It's a
right,
bit
right.
different world for them, isn't it? But yeah, so I went there for a 3-week intense course, and it just opened my eyes and it really kicked me up the bum into learning what I really wanted to achieve in my kind of grooming goals. So yeah, Asian is my...
So okay, now the question of the century: are your parents now more open to Asian, or that you?
A little bit.
Okay.
Obviously, the first few times I did it was obviously wrong.
Right. Exactly.
But
Exactly.
it wasn't my best work. Like we all start off somewhere, but now they can see what I'm kind of getting at. Now they had no vision for anything else other than pure breeds.
Right,
Breed standards,
right, right.
So they couldn't see anything out of the box. Now they're not into creative. They're not that kind of thing.
Okay.
But yeah, they can kind of appreciate what I'm doing now and how many more doors it's opened up by doing
Something different. Something different.
Right.
Well, you know, it's funny because a lot of times I am not into creative personally. However, I can appreciate a
Yeah.
beautifully well done creative or Asian groom.
Yeah.
All right, and I do believe that there's a place for it, and I do believe that it often is a practical idea. Okay, for salons.
Yeah.
It really, really is an easy way to maintain short bodies and no matting and
Yeah.
things like that. So,
And she's parting the top knot away from the eyes and the eyelashes, which is cute. This is a skill, like keeping that top knot, that length. without
yeah,
damage.
I honestly, I'm not really good at any of that. I'm not even good. I babysat my niece one time, and they left me little bows and ribbons, and I used them to decorate a tree because I did not decorate the child with them because I'm just not good at that whole parting hair thing and so forth. So that's a lot of work.
Very. I think it's quite popular over here though, because a lot of them seem to have top knots and big massive heads, don't they? They seem like growing a lot of coat. But like you say, this is the first competition back
Right.
in a long time. These dogs might not have been groomed for a very, very long time. They're probably owned by groomers, so the maintenance work is a lot easier, once a week, twice a week kind of thing.
Right, right. So talk to me about if I want to get a dog for a competition. Now let's go off, not on Asian fusion, but just in general. I want to get a dog for competition. What makes a good dog for competition?
The structure of the dog, obviously getting a dog to type. So we're going back to the beginning, if you're going to start off competing, I always say pick a breed you're interested in and something you like doing. Like I would never go and buy a hand stripping dog. It's not something I'm interested in.
Right,
it's not
right.
something I have passion to learn.
Right, like I wouldn't, even though I can appreciate a beautiful Bichon, I'd never buy one or get one because I am not a scissoring person. So that breed just doesn't fare well with me.
Yeah, so I would go and go to competition, see what you like grooming, see what you enjoy doing, see if the dog fits your kind of personality. With Bichons, obviously, I've been born and bred into Bichons. That's what my mother has. So for me, going to get a dog from a top breeder with good lines and good structure and good, overall health problems, you want the correct kind of dog to suit you, but you don't have to start off with champion bloodline Bichon. You can start off lower down. But
get the best that you can. Get the best quality that you can locate to first compete with.
Yeah, and I always say stick to that breed. Don't go in and think I'll do a Bichon and then don't get the best critique or don't place and then try a different breed because you're never going to improve. You kind of stick to the same breed and then you get this, your growth as you grow with the dog.
Right. Well, it's funny because I think a lot of people are scared to get that critique if they didn't place because it's hard. It's hard to hear that you didn't do well or that you could have done better. Some people do not accept that part of this whole function, but that's the most important part, isn't it?
Definitely. Even if you place first, I've never not got critique.
Okay.
I want to know how to move on and how to.
So Chris, when you think that the best part of the grooming is also the critique?
I think feedback is
feedback,
really important.
Yeah.
In UK dog shows, we are required to write critiques for dogs.
Right.
We have to do written critiques, and it's really, really helpful. And the same with grooming competitions. If you, like Georgia says, don't give up on the dog that you didn't win with. Carry on until you win with that dog.
Right.
So take the critique and put it into practice. So the next trim, put into practice what the judges told you. So just try and improve. And the judges, they aren't being hypercritical. They are telling you areas you can
improve. And our careers are really, I think most are, but in ours specifically, it's about continuing education. Absolutely. All the time, every day. There's so many breeds, you can't possibly know everything about all of them. No. And so many styles, like if you start to do Asian or if you start to do actual breed profile, all right, so there's a whole world out there and you have to keep learning, so you have to be open. You have to be open to accepting that.
If you stick to one breed and do different dogs, there will be a difference between each dog, and you have to cater the trim to the dog. It's
right.
Like not every water spaniel will be the same, or so I would have to adjust certain things on certain, if one's got a slight dip back.
Right.
You have to adjust and modify, but the judges' critiques are crucial.
Estamos hablando que la crítica o la revisa que les dan los jueces después de la competición a veces es lo más importante de la competición en sí, porque ahí es donde nosotros como peluqueros aprendemos, conocemos los errores que hemos cometido y podemos cambiar la técnica o el estilo o lo que hayamos hecho en el corte para mejorar la próxima vez. Entonces, aunque sea difícil, que a veces es difícil oír que no hemos hecho un buen trabajo, verdaderamente es lo más importante, porque la verdad que tenemos que aprender y seguir cambiando y modificando y atendiendo cursos y clases y críticas de los jueces que tenemos. So, I think that's a very important thing. Okay, tell me about this little dog's head here. This is so darn cute.
Isn't it just the cutest little thing ever?
It is,
Long ears and the flared legs is obviously. See, this is where you two should talk about balance and stuff, because this is wrong in the eye of balance.
Yes, it is, and it is.
Little pea brain, but that then makes the ears pop. So you've got the length of them ears are just extreme. So this to me would be extreme.
But it really is a very, very cute trim. It is very fitting for this little dog.
Very.
Absolutely.
Is Asian mainly about heads?
Depends who you ask. Personally, yes, it's about heads because the first thing a client looks at is the face.
Correct.
They go straight in to snuggle that face. Oh, give me.
Right,
this,
right,
and they
right.
do. So the as long as it's bad, but as long as the head's good, you kind of like the body and legs fall into workshop or Asian kind of groom because it's pet based. It's
Right.
very, very pet based. But yeah, to me, a face should look.
Well, and it's funny because it's funny that you say that because when I was teaching grooming, I did teach the basic grooming, and when I was teaching grooming, I always stressed the prep of the dog because the prep is the most important part. Why? Because the head is the first thing your client's going to see, and if you left goopy eyes or you left a smelly face, okay, as soon as the owner comes in, you could have done a lousy haircut. You can get away with a lousy haircut, okay? I mean, it's not preferable, but you can get away with a lousy to mediocre haircut, all right? But if that face isn't clean, okay, the moment that mommy comes in to pick up that dog and goes, oh, little Pookie, and squishes, goes in for that face, if the face smells or if the face is dirty, you've lost the client.
Yeah,
okay, and the same thing inverted. If you could have done a multi-million-dollar haircut, okay, but if the head is dirty, you've lost. It doesn't matter how good the rest of the dog was.
Definitely not, no.
Ya, estamos hablando de el balance, estamos enseñando el balance, pero también hablando que la preparación es muy importante, especialmente en un salón. Si la cara no está limpia, especialmente la cara. Okay, pues es lo primero que el cliente entra y mira.
Lo que ve, eso está claro.
Sí.
Pero claro, es que es muy importante el baño y secado de un perro.
Yes.
Es lo más
Sí.
importante.
Sí.
Al menos, bueno, yo creo que en el salón, si no se lava y se seca bien, luego no puedes hacer un buen trabajo.
Exacto,
Jamás.
exacto.
Yo siempre les digo a mis chicas, les digo, lo más importante es lavar y secar bien.
Exacto.
Y hay muchas veces que han dejado
Y
la
es
carita.
así en esto también.
Exacto.
Sin
Es
un
la base
buen
de todo,
lavado.
buen arreglo.
Exacto, un buen arreglo y si no, vaya, es que no.
Es que no puedes hacerlo.
No.
Yo les
No,
digo,
no, no.
vosotros me tenéis que hacer la construcción de la casa para que yo pueda terminarla.
Exacto.
O sea, ellas me tienen que lavar y secar bien para que yo luego pueda cortar bien, porque si ellos no me lo hacen
Exacto.
bien, mi trabajo no se merece.
Entonces, muchos de estos perros han sido bañados aquí hoy por
Sí,
la mañana
o ahora
temprano.
hace una hora,
Hace
o
hace
dos
una hora,
horas,
exacto.
Antes de empezar, seguro que han estado bañados, la gran mayoría.
Exacto, el peluquero busca hacerlo al último momento para que quede lo más limpio posible, porque todo el mundo sabe que el pelo empieza a coger aceites y empieza a coger cosas del mismo ambiente, enseguida. Enseguida lo caminaste por la
Con
calle.
las manos ya se pueden...
Exacto, y lo caminaste por la calle y ya te cogió el aceite de la calle, el
polvo
sucio.
del suelo.
Exacto. Entonces muchos de estos perros han sido bañados, pero hace un ratito.
Sí, yo he visto algún trabajo esta mañana que es verdad que no estaban... Se veía poca preparación en los mantos, ¿sabes?
Exacto.
No veías bien estirados los mantos o bien
Sí.
lavados o dándoles volumen, que hay muchos productos que les dan volumen al pelo para que tú puedas cortar mejor.
Exacto.
Por ejemplo, el static que le da... Es muy importante peinar con el static para que te dé también volumen y no tengas electricidad estática. O sea, es que yo he visto trabajos esta mañana que he dicho, ostras, es que esto bien lavado con una buena espuma no tiene nada que ver.
Yeah. So what we're talking about is the prep that goes into it, leading in from the faces, okay, to the actual prep work. A lot of these dogs were here prepared just hours ago because the prep is key. Prep is key, and if you see some of the dogs that the hair hasn't been dried correctly or the hair hasn't been stretched out correctly, using good product to add volume or an anti-stat or like you'll see on some of these tables, there's mix or there's speed. So there's different products that these folks are using, okay, that are going to help them to get that polished, finished look. And without it, would you agree that without it, it's just that you're not going to get the same finish. You're not going to.
I mean, you need to start with a cleaner than clean dog.
Right.
Drier than dry. And I see lots and lots of people out there using static as well, and that's one
Right.
of my favourite products.
Right,
Artero
right, right.
System. I think it's super, but all these products will not, do anything if on a dirty coat.
Correct.
It has to be clean.
But even in our salons, when we're working with dogs, if you have a bather that didn't bathe correctly, okay, I always say the bather is key. Whether you're bathing yourself or you have a bather, the bather is key, because without proper bath, without proper prep work, okay, you can't possibly cut the dog well.
No.
You can't.
That's it. The scissoring is the finish, but all of that leading up to it is you're going to get good results if you put the work in.
In the beginning, beginning, yeah. And like I said, you can get away with the mediocre groom
On a clean dog.
on a clean dog. Okay, you cannot do the other way around.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I have 4 staff, and it's been a long time that I've had to send a dog back, but I will send a dog back to the bath if it's not done properly.
Right, exactly. Okay, you Bedlington folk that have more Bedlington, one of the big differences of Bedlington in the U.S. and Bedlington in Europe is that headpiece that we just saw. Okay, so explain to me the headpiece that we just saw.
It wasn't traditionally as extreme as it was.
Okay.
But it was actually because they're a ratting breed. I mean, they work in crags, and
Right.
The ear tassels were a fake ear for the rats to buy.
Okay.
And all this as well was to protect
The front over the so that whole helmet kind of thing.
Yeah.
It really is a helmet. It's it's a helmet of hair to protect from rat bites.
Yeah,
Okay.
stuff like that. And you'll notice when you touch a Bedlington's ear, the leather is super fine.
Right.
And very thin. So this is why they left the tassel on the end, so that hopefully the rat would bite that instead of the ear.
Okay, and why do you guys shave the neck versus us that do not shave the neck? Is there a reason for that?
I believe that is to do with quarry or prey, and ease it clean. So if they dispatch a rat and they get blood all over them, it's just easily wiped off. And it's the same with gun dogs and retrievers in the UK. All of this is taken short because they're working.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. That sounds good. So here we have now, they're working on this carry. The carry's fall is a similar thing, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. So it's
Okay,
like
for
a distraction, like a
right.
decoy, yeah.
Yeah, so for people that don't know, most of these terriers were bred to go after quarry, to go after, they're vermin killers.
Absolutely.
Okay, they're meant to go after vermin. And so going after that, a lot of times they'll put their heads in holes, or they'll put their cells in positions where their faces are often attached. And rats and so forth, and other rats, wolverine, badger, all of those animals, okay, the first thing they're going to go for is eyes.
Yes,
okay, and so the hair in the face in all of these breeds is meant so that if they do get attacked, the creature will get a handful, a clawful of hair, and not actual skin or eye or anything else. And it's also meant to protect the eyes from anything that'll fall.
Yes.
So,
I mean, a lot of terriers. Terrier in the UK means ground.
Right.
To ground. So they do go in thickets and thick undergrowth and stuff like that to flush. So they need this protection.
Right. So here we have. This is Sonia, isn't it? Working on this dog?
Yes.
Yes, this is Sonia working on her carry.
That's a beautiful coloured carry as well. That's a really
That is the blue. That is the color that we want it to be. That is the lovely blue color that we expect and want our carries to be. And when they're born black, and then they fade into this beautiful color. And we're going to go over to, in a couple of minutes, we're going to go over to an interview with Judith and Jaume and Luisa. So yes, we're going to go over into that in a couple of minutes as soon as they let me know that we're going to swap over to that.
Bedlingtons are born pure black as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Bedlingtons. It is very interesting, actually. And also, with these type of coats, what a lot of people don't know is if the Bedlington gets a cut or a wound of any kind, okay, or some kind of damage to the skin, okay, then the coat will come in black again and we'll have to clear again.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's all about new follicles and.
Exactly, exactly. So if you see that in your salon, that's usually what that is.
They shouldn't ever be white either. They should always have a slight tinge of blue or brown.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like a sand color. It's a sand color. You don't see very many of those colors though.
No.
Like even here, I don't see any at all.
Yeah, well, I've got, because the working are slightly different, so I've got a jet black working one, and we go all the way down to the coppery colour, the browny colour.
So we're going to be flipping over in a little bit. There we see Mr. Leman, who is the head of the EGA. And now we're just going to go over to an interview with Jaume, Luisa, and Judith. Okay, vamos a ir a una entrevista momentáneamente con Jaume, Luisa y Judith, donde hablarán ellos ¿de qué hablaron, Judith?
Pues hemos hablado un poquito de nuestras aventuras en el Creative Team.
Ahora contamos no con uno, sino con 3 de los grandes competidores del circuito mundial de la peluquería. Pero en esta ocasión están aquí dentro del panel de jueces. Tenemos a Lluís Arroyo, Jaume Fauria y Judith Camarasa. 3 de los componentes del primer equipo del Artero Creative Team, ¿verdad? Bueno, chicos, primero de todo decidme, ahora cuando estaba llegando el momento, ¿a quién le han venido ganas de competir y de volver al ruedo y de salirte de la silla del juez y saltar a la mesa?
Bueno, yo realmente, a lo mejor el año pasado me hubieran dado ganas, pero este año ya he dicho, pues no, no me apetece competir. Porque, bueno, supongo que nos hemos enfriado un poco con lo de la pandemia y, bueno, me habéis pensado, ay, mira, que no tengo ganas. No sé si es porque estamos trabajando mucho, entonces ya a veces ya estamos un poco saturados de tanto trabajo. Pero bueno, a lo mejor algún día vuelvo, pero de momento creo que no voy a volver a competir.
Yo definitivamente no participo más. No, creo que bueno, que se ha pasado una etapa, una época, entonces ahora hay que dar paso pues a la gente que empieza nueva. Entonces pues son etapas. Y sinceramente pues no lo parece, pero cansa mucho, hay que estar muy motivado. Lo que comentaba ella, que bueno, que después de la pandemia han sido 2 años que pierdes el entreno. En nuestros trabajos, yo personalmente, pues he derivado un poco el trabajo, entonces dejas de hacer según qué trabajos. Y bueno, simplemente es que ya viejas glorias, bueno, que ya se te pasa.
Son épocas, son etapas de la vida, ¿no? Nosotros hemos tenido
sobre
esa
todo,
etapa.
sí, sobre todo hay que tener ilusión. Yo no sé qué piensa Luisa, pero
Yo sí que no me doy por retirada, ¿vale? A mí me gusta competir. Lo que pasa es que este año empiezo con un proyecto nuevo. Tengo un equipo en la que yo soy el coach y entonces pues estoy feliz también por mis alumnos. Me encanta ver las nuevas generaciones cómo suben, igual que a ellos, y me motiva mucho también estar ahí apoyándolos.
Vale, bueno, pues gracias, Luisa, porque iba con toda mi emoción y resulta que nadie quiere competir.
Llevamos 25 años compitiendo.
Claro, no es tiempo, es tiempo. No, eso es verdad. Pues bueno, ya que a eso iba yo, ya que lleváis tanto tiempo, pues entiendo que en 30 años ha habido cambios, mejoras, entiendo, o no. O sea, dentro de los cambios de la competición, ¿qué mejoras, cómo lo veis? ¿Qué opináis?
Bueno, no, yo creo que está...
Y hay una cosa que me maravilla y es que tengan mesas eléctricas ahí.
Sí, claro.
O sea,
Esto es todo...
Ay, perdón. A mí eso me alucina. O sea, yo... Sí, claro, que tengan esas luces, todo el montaje es maravilloso ahora mismo. Nosotros cuando empezamos a competir íbamos con unas mesas que no ayudaban nada, ¿no? O sea, yo creo que sí que ha evolucionado todo, que ha mejorado. Por ejemplo, que tengan, parece una tontería, pero que tengan el tiempo puesto en la pantalla y que giren la cabeza y vean el tiempo. O sea, yo había momentos que estaba tan metida en la competición que ni sabía cuánto me quedaba. Ellos lo tienen muy fácil, se giran y dicen, mira, me queda tanto.
Y sobre todo, también en parte ha sido ya, aparte de eso, la preparación. Cuando nosotros empezábamos, pues no era la cantidad de gente que está participando ahora. No es que no tuviéramos calidad, teníamos la calidad del trabajo de la época, del tiempo. Si tú ahora ves los trabajos que se hacían en aquella época y ves los que se hace ahora, no tiene nada que ver. Ha influido mucho las redes sociales, tú puedes contactar con un ruso y te hacen vía online una clase.
Exacto.
Entonces, en nuestra
Son
época...
privilegiados los que están
Sí,
ahora
realmente es un
subiendo.
privilegio.
Es muy privilegiado.
Nosotros pues nos teníamos que buscar la vida
Nos íbamos a
y
competir, mirábamos las revistas, nos íbamos a competir a ver qué pasaba en Estados
La-
Unidos,
la evol-
decíamos a ver
sí.
qué hay, a ver qué nos encontramos.
La evolución ha sido...
No había móviles, no había nada, o sea, éramos como
La evolución
muy-
ha sido
era
abismal.
retro,
O sea, no
claro.
tiene nada que ver.
No, nada, o sea, era como...
Todo ha
Todo ha
cambiado
cambiado.
mucho.
O sea, yo he estado juzgando, incluso es decir, ¿puedes subir la mesa? Porque es que no sé, creo que no se dan ni cuenta de que realmente eso es para tu comodidad, subir y bajar la mesa. Le pedí, ¿puedes subir, por favor? Pero bueno, muy privilegiados. Yo los admiro que todo este mundo ya ha sido tan... Que esté este mundo tan avanzado y es que está muy on fire, que digo yo, ¿no? El mundo del perro está
Y todo
a
gracias
tope.
también a empresas,
Sí, claro, empresas
como
como
Artero,
Artero.
como otras más que hay. Perdón, sí, mucho más que ha habido mucho apoyo por parte de empresas, las organizaciones han sido muy buenas, ha evolucionado muchísimo para comodidad para el competidor, dando pues la máxima facilidad en todos los aspectos de mesas, luz, material. Hay muchos factores que importan mucho y que desde fuera no se ven, pero que para el participante es muy importante.
Sí.
No estás en tu casa, estás en un sitio diferente, entonces...
Peleándonos todos por el micro. No sé, que antes no sé si había escuchado que Luis hablaba de las mesas eléctricas. Pues no sé si había quedado dentro del micro o no, porque había mucha emoción y digo, a lo mejor no saben de qué está hablando, ¿no? Pero sí, la verdad es que las nuevas generaciones a veces damos por hecho que las mesas se suben y se bajan solas, ¿no? Y claro, no, y eso pues es importante.
Te dejabas ahí el riñón porque no subía ni bajaba la mesa.
Yo iba con un alzador. Yo iba con un alzador porque cuando hacía un perro grande no llegaba, entonces igual por eso lo valoro tanto, ¿no? Porque iba con un alzador normalmente.
Los chiquitos tenían que poner el alzador y los altos teníamos que levantar las patas de la mesa con tacos de madera.
Sí,
¿no?
o con tiestos, ¿eh? Con lo que había. O latas también.
De todo un poco.
Bueno, pues tantas anécdotas que tenéis, la competición es una parte muy importante, esto sí que lo vamos viendo con todos. ¿Podéis decirme qué le aporta tanto a la profesión como personalmente también el hecho de todas estas competiciones old school a lo mejor?
Bueno, yo creo que yo cuando he competido, lo he hecho para mejorar yo, ¿no? Para saber, pues yo tengo, por ejemplo, en mi peluquería, tengo 2 horas para hacer un perro, porque lo tengo que entregar perfecto. Pues una competición para mí me va a perlas. ¿Por qué? Porque en 2 horas tengo que hacer el perro súper bonito para que el juez venga y me peine y vea que no está un trabajo perfecto. Entonces, es una mejora para mí, ¿no? Para mi trabajo y para mi peluquería y para mi cliente. Y la opinión del juez, puedes preguntar, o sea, es todo un conjunto, pero yo creo que personalmente... Para ser un buen peluquero se tiene que competir para ver que realmente puedes hacer buenos trabajos en un tiempo muy limitado, que es lo que realmente te encuentras en el día a día en tu peluquería. Jaime, tú.
Sí, casi, ¿me podrías repetir la pregunta?
Que tienes pérdidas de memoria.
No, a ver,
¿Qué te aporta la profesión?
Sí.
¿Qué aporta
Sí.
la competición?
No, pues en realidad pues lo que ella comenta. Que, bueno, aparte de que es muy motivante, ¿eh? No lo parece, pero claro, normalmente las competiciones cuando entras en el rol, claro, cada 2 meses hay una. Entonces, claro, de alguna forma el día a día te preparas para competir, ¿no? Y bueno, sí, la aportación es eso, también el contacto con compañeros. Realmente, igual nosotros, por ejemplo, no nos hubiéramos iniciado en el mundo de la competición si no hubiera sido porque siempre hemos ido juntos.
Sí.
Y hace 25 años que competimos juntos.
Sí.
Y estamos juntos. Entonces, claro, de alguna forma aporta mucho en todos los aspectos, o sea, personalmente y profesionalmente, ¿no?
Sí, lo habíamos pasado muy bien.
Yo casi que lo que iba a decir es eso, que a mí personalmente pues lo que me aporta es ver a compañeros de todo el mundo que ya son amigos, el viajar con mi equipo, que ha sido pues maravilloso. Y aparte de eso, pues un reto personal de mejorar cada día, porque claro, tú quieres ganar. O sea, nadie de los que hay aquí no viene a ganar. Eso no es verdad. O sea, todos...
Pero hay que saber perder.
Sí, por supuesto, hay que saber perder, pero todos venimos a ganar, si no, no vienes. O sea, a ver, vamos, yo toda mi vida he ido a ganar. Pero bueno, pero sí, a nivel personal, pues el poder estar con mis compañeros.
Vale, pues bueno, me han dicho que habéis viajado juntos, como comentáis ahora en las competiciones, por toda Europa, habéis ido a Estados Unidos, ¿qué no habéis hecho juntos? Entonces, a riesgo de que estemos aquí hasta no sé cuándo, ¿podríais contarnos cada uno una anécdota? La más... Una.
Un libro.
Bueno, un libro. Bueno, pues, o podéis debatir entre ustedes una, o... Bueno, mira, ya... Venga, el pinchazo en Inglaterra, con todos ustedes.
Venga, Luisa, explícalo.
Bueno, a ver. Bueno, lo primero fue que era un viaje que teníamos programado para ir muy bien de tiempo. O sea, eso yo creo que es lo mejor. O sea, salíamos por la mañana y competíamos al día siguiente. Y bueno, al llegar allí habíamos alquilado un coche y en Coventry tuvimos un pinchazo, no, un reventón.
No, pero todo hay que decir que
Bueno.
se conducía por la... Eso hay que tenerlo en cuenta.
Y conducía Jaume.
Eso. Jaume fue el que se acercó mucho al bordillo y reventó la rueda. Y claro, dijimos, bueno, esto es un momentín porque ahora...
Pondremos la espuma.
No, primero pensábamos que habría una rueda de repuesto que no estaba.
Es decir, que esto se cuenta ahora, pero se fue...
Era desesperante.
Era desesperante. Estuvimos, me parece que 10 horas.
10 horas esperando.
En un pueblecito.
Que viniera una grúa, que nunca vino. Llamábamos con los móviles, que en esa época las llamadas eran que nos vino unas facturas. Pero es que nadie nos venía a rescatar. Las grúas no nos contestaban.
Siendo rápido, viene la grúa finalmente al cabo de unas 10 horas.
10 horas.
No, pero
Casi
vino
llegamos a la competición,
sí,
o sea, ya fue, vamos.
vino la grúa y nosotros contentos pensando que nos llevaba al hotel. No, nos llevó a una agencia a 100 kilómetros en el aeropuerto para coger otro coche, regresar y volver a ir. O sea que no acabó... No, que hasta,
además hacía mucho frío. Nosotros íbamos vestidos porque era
Verano,
agosto, era finales de agosto yo creo, íbamos vestidos como aquí, verano, y allí hacía mucho frío. No habíamos cambiado moneda porque íbamos de chulos y no teníamos, y entonces amablemente...
Un fish and chips entre 4.
Sí, eso fue lo que cenamos. Y amablemente de una casita de delante nos sacaron un té. Nos sacaron un té y unas galletas porque les dimos mucha pena. 10 horas tirados en una carretera.
Pero luego fuimos a un hostal, ¿no os acordáis? Que en esa época fumaban dentro de la habitación, que ella le cogió un ataque y la mujer salió parrots, como diciendo loros, callaros. Bueno, la verdad es que es que hay muchas anécdotas.
Hay muchas, Desde ir a cenar a un restaurante la noche anterior antes de coger un vuelo por la mañana, yo dejarme la bolsa, la mochila con el DNI, en Portugal, y llegó el momento que íbamos al aeropuerto y digo, y mi bolsa no estaba, faltaba una hora para que saliera el vuelo. Cogemos un taxi, vamos al restaurante, estaban los billetes de avión, vamos al restaurante, llamando a la puerta, y resulta que que había la mujer de la limpieza y nos dijo que sí, que la bolsa estaba allí por suerte estaba la documentación, el dinero, todo. Y el taxi nos esperaba fuera en la calle para llevarnos al aeropuerto. Eso fue
Bueno, muchas.
O en Las Vegas.
Pero también muy buenas, ¿eh? También tengo que decirte que todos los viajes han sido divertidos y que cuando hemos llegado aquí, casi siempre con medalla, alguno de nosotros o incluso todos. Yo recuerdo una competición en Praga que ganamos todos, que eso fue maravilloso. Y otra para recordar, cuando ganamos el mejor team en Bélgica, la primera vez que ganamos el mejor team, que nosotros gritábamos Portaventura, porque nos íbamos a ir con el dinero a Portaventura, pero allí nadie nos entendía, ¿no? Nosotros
gritamos. Sí, con el dinero que ganamos,
sí. Nos fuimos todos
a Portaventura. La verdad es que hemos sido unos privilegiados y buenos compañeros siempre, nos hemos querido un montón, que eso es muy básico, ¿no? Quererse primero para luego poder...
Hay que agradecer que hemos tenido un buen sponsor.
El sponsor que nos apoyaba, que es Artero, ¿eh? Eso es que quede claro, ¿eh?
Sí, es verdad.
La verdad es que confiaron en nosotros y nosotros, pues bueno, aportamos todo lo que pudimos y más, ¿eh?
A ver, sí, yo creo que estadísticamente, después de tantos viajes, tantas cosas, alguno tenía que salir un poco, ¿no? Pero bueno. Sí, ya, sí, yo de hecho nos quedaríamos aquí horas y horas porque me está encantando, ¿no? Pero bueno, os hago la última pregunta y ¿qué sería, bueno, aquí una afirmación, todos tenemos algún sueño sin cumplir o no? Bueno, no sé, en el caso de que sí, hay algo, alguna meta, algún logro, algo que os quede pendiente, que queráis hacer dentro del mundo os veo a todos pensar, a ver quién va a coger el micro primero. Bueno, Gise dice que no, está todo ya... Ah, tú ya lo tienes. Ah, pues venga.
Sí, yo creo que mi meta ahora mismo es seguir siendo coach y formar a gente para que compita. Creo que es la evolución de un competidor que lleva muchos años compitiendo, formar a otro competidor y ayudarlo. Y que pues el equipo español le llegue lo más arriba posible dentro de la peluquería mundial. Para mí esa es mi meta.
Sí, es que es la meta, yo creo, de todos, el poder pues seguir preparando a gente, porque es que
Ayudando a la gente.
en realidad pues ya has llegado al, bueno, no por ser mejor o peor, pero que bueno, que es lo que te comentaba antes, que ya se pasa el arroz, ya hay que dejar paso a nuevas generaciones y bueno, y luego pues ya lo único que te queda es intentar ayudar, pues como dice ella, pues y es muy gratificante, ver que tienes, bueno, alumnos que van con ilusión, incluso hoy ha participado alguno que los ves con ilusión, con ganas, y es gratificante. Yo creo que sí, que realmente es lo que te puede quedar ya.
Sí, estoy con ellos. Yo creo que, bueno, llevo muchos años haciendo esto, estoy bien, tengo mi peluquería, hemos llegado todos a un punto que lo hemos pasado muy bien, hemos visto evolucionar la peluquería canina, que empezamos, que era muy... Entonces, pues yo estoy feliz de estar aquí, de haberlo visto.
Sinceramente, por mi parte, piensas en el pasado y jamás hubiera imaginado que pudiera estar aquí. O sea, es algo que a veces uno mismo no valora el momento donde estás, ¿no? Pero si piensas atrás, igual si tienes la autoestima baja o ves que pues te la sube porque ves que bueno, que estás haciendo lo que te gusta además.
Hemos sido privilegiados de tener lo que hemos tenido y hemos sido muy felices, lo hemos pasado súper bien y lo hemos disfrutado.
Con mucho esfuerzo, aunque no lo parezca.
Sí, claro, nadie nos ha regalado nada, Aquí nadie ni regala nada ni compra nada, Simplemente hemos estado trabajando duro para poder llegar donde hemos estado.
Por eso da mucha pereza. Ahora no me levanto a las 3 de la mañana a lavar un perro. Yo de verdad que no. Ni viajar 14 horas para llegar al lugar y a las 5 horas tener que competir y pasarte un día compitiendo. Es que es muy sacrificado. No se ve lo que hay detrás. De verdad que yo cuando veo a esta gente los admiro, porque a veces incluso ves que no hay una posibilidad quizá de hacer podium o de entrada, ya ves que y te sabe mal porque dices, ahí hay una preparación muy grande y la ilusión con que van, pero bueno, todos hemos pasado por ahí.
Todos. No siempre se gana y si se pierde y te vuelves a presentar y esto es así, o sea, aprendes de los errores que uno comete.
Bueno, pues chicos, ya me he quedado sin preguntas, aunque yo me lo he pasado genial, os haría 5 más o 10 más, pero muchísimas gracias.
Perdón,
seguimos nosotros.
¿qué digo yo? A mí me dijeron que era la 1, pero digo, yo me voy a hacer algo porque yo estas cosas no, pero sí que ha sido muy ameno y divertido. Además, hacía mucho tiempo que no nos veíamos y ha sido...
Hacía una pandemia que no nos veíamos, ¿no?
Y que hemos estado en muy buena compañía.
Yo veo que acabará la entrevista como se ha dicho que se va bajando.
Además que es cierto que lo facilitas mucho, mucho. Muchas gracias. De verdad que...
Hasta la próxima, Munsa. ¿Nos quieres volver a entrevistar? No, tenemos mañana aún y esta tarde. Tiempo hay, Podemos explicarte muchas cosas.
Vale, bueno, pues ya si quieres cortamos y aquí seguimos, ¿no? Bueno, gracias.
Welcome back to the Artero Grooming Slam, Barcelona 2021, where we are watching the scissoring and Asian fusion classes. And we're moving right along here. Bienvenidos de nuevo al Grooming Slam Artero 2021 en Barcelona, donde estamos mirando la competición de tijeras y de Asian Fusion. Ya estamos en buen camino aquí, pronto estarán terminando los cortes de pelo. Estamos viendo lo que se ve en pantalla aquí en este momento es la clase, mayormente la clase de tijera es la que estamos mirando, donde vemos Bedlington, Kerry Blue, Bichon. Okay, aquí hay un poquito de todo, una mezcla, incluso por ahí hay un Terranova que se ve No creo que se ve en pantalla en este momento, pero tenemos una clase bastante grande, aunque no pienso que estaba lleno por completo. So estamos aquí. Look at this. Okay, we are now seeing some amazing scissoring work and artistry in the Asian fusion class.
Definitely, it's like Medusa. She's got all the snakes, and she's got done. I think she's done a spiral around with a snake head on the shoulder, which is just completely. I've never seen anything like that before, to be honest.
And isn't that unique? It's very unique. It's very beautiful. It has its own style. What is this one, Georgia? And for those of you that are joining us, Georgia, introduce yourself real quick for those that are joining us.
I'm Georgia. I'm from the UK, South Wales. I specialise in Asian fusion. This is my forte and my passion at the moment. This is a bubble butt, or the diaper look, whatever you want to call it, which is another kind of style in Asian, which is quite popular. Beautiful round muzzle. You take a lot of time on the face. So one tip I learned was, say you have 2 hours to do this dog, do your block work, your legs and your body in the hour, and then take the hour to finalise the face.
Gotcha.
Because that's the most important thing. So it's like a visor where they've taken the top knot off and then taken to one. So we call this a princess head. You can call it the Lady Gaga look because it's like the telephone. So the ears drop just under the jawline and you bring it into one. You can also call it the mushroom head. There's loads of different variations to it.
Now the chin on this is very, very short. There's almost like no hair. It's like a 5-blade usually.
Yeah. So
is that correct?
Yeah. Sometimes you can go shorter.
Okay.
Obviously lighter dogs, so white, apricot. You wouldn't go as short as a 7, say. Blacks, I would possibly take a 10.
Okay. Okay.
But like a Bedlington, like a poodle, you just take the bottom line off. So you pull the lip back and take all the fold off.
Okay, look at this beautiful headpiece here.
And to be fair, is this the one that had loads of cords?
Yes.
This had a Artero team member?
Yes, this is Patricia.
That's right, yeah. She's whacked some cords off that.
Yes, she has. Yes, she has for sure.
The little one. Look,
and this is absolutely adorable. She's done some beautiful work. We have extreme ears on here, which they're super long.
Yeah.
Normally, these ears in a salon, we would not let the dog go out with ears this long. This is very traditional, though, for this type of look. So that we need to look at this one. Beautiful standard poodle with a lot of coat as well.
And look at his little beard. He's got a little goatee going on.
He's got the goatee, yes.
The goatee look
yes, when my poodle was not in a Kerry blue trim, he had the goatee going on. Yes.
And this is lovely as well, with the red heart. See the speckles of glitter, which
how beautiful. Georgia está aquí, Georgia está aquí hablando de los cortes que estamos viendo, de Asian Fusion, okay, y las diferencias de las cositas que hacen que no se hacen en otra clase. El collar, la tiara,
los complementos, ¿no? Es una
sí,
cosa muy
sí,
importante
sí.
en este tipo de
los accesorios,
cortes,
¿no?
sí,
Los
exacto.
accesorios, sí.
Hay arnesitos que se les ponen con vestidito y el tul y
exacto.
el volantito.
No, entonces también nos dijo que la cabeza es una de las piezas más importantes del corte. Entonces, si tienes 2 horas para hacer el corte, usa 1 hora para hacer el cuerpo, las patas, okay, y la otra hora dedícasela a lo que es la cabeza y el top knot.
Sí, esto está bien aquí, pero en la peluquería es muy complicado, ¿eh? Tener 2 horas para hacer una cabeza.
Sí,
porque
sí,
no te da el tiempo, vamos. No te da el tiempo y luego tampoco lo puedes cobrar.
Ajá.
Esa es otra. Entonces tienes que ir lo más rápido posible, haciéndolo bien, pero tan perfeccionado es bastante complicado en un trabajo de
exacto, exacto. Pero lo que estamos viendo es que en lo que es la peluquería estos días, si es que el cliente viene y me pide semejante cosa, ya yo voy a decirle, bueno, si usted quiere esto, este es el costo de esto, y le dedico el tiempo.
Sí.
Pero tienen que entender desde un principio, exacto.
tiene un precio y
Exacto.
unas horas invertidas en ese corte.
Right. So what we're talking about is a lot of times when you're doing these Asian fusion cuts, okay, that the client thinks that they're just a standard trim, okay, and this is something that we in salons need to be very explicit with and tell them, okay, if you want this type of a head, this type of a look, this takes much longer than normal. You know, I'm going to dedicate a whole hour, where normally it would take me an hour to do a trim, the whole trim, okay, from beginning to end. Well, if you're asking me for an hour on the head, you need to pay for an hour on the head.
It's like a specialty. It's like hand stripping.
Correct.
You clip a schnauzer off in an hour. Hand strip is going to take a lot longer. So like hand strips and even like certain show cuts you do. Asians the same. It's a specialty. You should take the extra time and you should get paid for the extra time.
Absolutely. I mean, if I've got a show dog, that is almost always more money because I have to put more time in. How important are eye shape in Asian? Would you choose a dog for a pretty eye?
So this is gonna kill a lot of people. With the poodles, I'd go for a rounder eye, which is not really what you'd ask for. So like I've just bought a silver poodle with the wrong eye set for a poodle, but I know she's gonna be perfect for Asian with the big eyes and the long eyelashes. So yeah, you again just throw in the breed book out.
A ver, aquí que estamos viendo, mira el trabajo que le han hecho.
Siempre digo yo que nosotros somos artesanos, no somos fábricas de hacer nada. Somos artesanos y tenemos un tiempo para poder hacer este tipo de trabajos, ¿no, Lulu?
Sí, exacto.
No somos una fábrica de fabricar
No.
Es
Por
nuestro
cierto.
oficio y somos artesanos.
No, y lo tenemos que cobrar.
Exacto,
Lo tenemos que
pero
cobrar,
es
que si el cliente quiere algo simple, cuesta menos. Okay, no hay problema, pero ya cuando quieren algo más complicado,
específico,
que no es el normal, okay, entonces Georgia's here, okay, Georgia's here chomping at the bit to tell us about these things that she's seeing.
I'm only seeing snippets of it, so we need to go back and have a look at more. But yeah, we don't get this many in the UK at the moment. It's slowly getting better, a big class more than a commercial or workshop. But like I said earlier, it's a very fine line, so a lot of people don't know which class to go in, so the workshop is just a safe bet. But this kind of Asian, you see this kind of Asian on social media. This is the type that, elevated Asian, where you see, this is something I'd save and take back home with me, like little things. I don't know if you noticed that little poodle with little look like feathers in the ears, where they're actually hair, where they've carved the hair in. It's just a craft in its own.
I'm actually amazed at how technical Asian is, just sitting here listening to you talk about it, Georgia. It's really, really technical. And I mean, all these different terms you've got for styling and stuff. I mean, it's incredible.
Él dice que está asombrado la cantidad de términos técnicos que tienen. Él no sabía tanto del estilo asiático, porque como no es lo que hace él, entonces, ella tiene términos para todo, tiene mucha indicación de cómo hacer las cosas, no es entrar y hacer. Ellos tienen mucho estudio también que han hecho. Ella hizo un estudio en Tailandia y sí, Starwood. Sí, ella fue.
Bueno, es que esto tiene tela. O sea, yo admiro a la gente que hacen estos Asian tan con los tintes, las formas, las flores, los mariposas, todo esto que les colocan es un espectáculo y es un trabajo de... O sea, es una obra de arte realmente. Tienes que ser artista para poder hacer esto, ¿eh? No todo el mundo sirve para hacer esto. No sé. Yo nunca me he puesto a hacer así cosas teñidas.
No, yo tampoco, la verdad.
Lo admiro porque es un trabajo.
Bueno,
artista,
como decía yo antes, los jueces, viendo los jueces saludando. Pero como yo decía antes, al no tener, yo no soy buena para lacitos y cositas,
Sí,
y entonces
uno.
nunca me he enfocado en eso, pero vaya, es una técnica muy bonita, muy bonita.
Bueno, y muy costosa de hacer, ¿eh? O sea, yo los admiro, ¿eh?
Vamos a ver si nos enfocan un poco en el que Georgia estaba queriendo ver. Let's see, Georgia, if they focus on the one that you wanted to
¿Cuál
see.
quiere ver, Georgia? A ver el cámara que nos enfoque.
That's one, pero mira.
¿Qué representa que lleva como unos pendientes?
Yeah, it looks like earrings almost, right? It looks like she's made
Los
earrings.
pendientes, lleva como una faldita, ¿no? Y pues está todo hecho con pelo, ¿eh? O sea, fijaros que esto es un trabajo de artesano total.
Yeah,
¿eh?
this is all done with hair, which is amazing. I mean, there's really nothing but hair left in certain parts, and then they use a little bit of glitter and like very little.
Hairspray and a bit of glitter, and you'd be surprised what kind of shapes you make. And flattening the hair with a hairspray, and then cutting into it, you can kind of make any shape you really want to. And it's not much hair; it's literally just a fine bit of hair to make something like extravagant as a flower. You don't need much hair at all.
Now, as a judge, Judith, cuando tú estás juzgando, okay, ahora mira esto del enfoque de un juez. Cuando estás juzgando, ¿qué es lo que tú estás mirando en Asian? Si vas a juzgar el asiático.
No, tienes que mirar la cara que esté súper pulida, súper bien hecha, súper redondeada, o sea, que sea como un muñeco. Que realmente lo que buscamos es un muñeco en el perro, ¿no?
Right.
Y luego, bueno, que esté bastante, o sea, eso, que esté muy pulido, porque es lo primero que ves, por ejemplo, la cabeza, ¿no? Que es lo primero que uno mira, que tiene que estar súper
So you look for a polished head. She's saying as a judge, you're going to look for a polished head. You're going to look for a really good finishing. You're going to make sure that the technical portion of that head is perfect and spot on.
Y luego, pues estas patas de elefante, bueno, que sea así como todo, como Asian, ¿no? Que es todo...
And then the flare on the legs and things of that nature would be the next thing.
O sea, no hay un balance, pero tiene que ser así como que esté todo bien pulido y bien hecho también, ¿eh? No,
Right.
O sea,
You
no quiere
want,
decir que no pulas unas patas porque sean Asian, tienen que estar pulidas.
right, and they need to be the same size. They need to be so she's not just looking at just because there's no balance doesn't mean that there isn't a style.
Exactly.
Okay, so that is adorable. It really is cute. It really is cute.
It's everything's just, yeah, it's just
Yes.
factor and what pet people like.
Yes, exactly. Esto es lo que le gustan a la gente que van a los salones. Este tipo de corte donde es bonito. Es bonito, el perro sale luciendo un muñeco.
Sí, lo que pasa que digo, para hacer estos cortes se necesita mucho rato, muchas horas.
Sí,
¿eh?
sí.
Es que esto se ve, o sea, yo a veces veo a los japoneses o a los chinos o coreanos, pero yo creo que están horas y horas para hacer estas cabezas tan preciosas.
Exacto, sí.
Que seguramente a ellos en sus negocios les pagarán por su servicio.
Sí.
Aquí en España es complicado que te paguen un servicio. Si tienes que
Ya
estar
más
tantas horas,
ya más adelantado, sí.
Yo sé, supongo que en América debe ser distinto igual que en Inglaterra.
No, vaya, hay gente que lo pagan y hay gente que no. There's people that are willing to pay and there's people that are not understanding that this type of work takes a lot of time.
En China entonces amplían muchas horas.
Yeah, in China and other offices and other areas, it takes a lot of time to do that. You know what I mean? But they're willing to pay for it.
Yes.
So, because that's the look that they want.
What's your rotation on these dogs? So do you do them every 4 weeks or?
Client's dog, yeah, every 4 to 6 weeks. Obviously, my own dogs grow out to extreme and then be cut in the competition. So, it's like if these groomers own their own dogs, you want to get the extreme of taking from one length to a. And with Asian and some workshop, you can't just.
This is, look at this. Mira para allá.
Es una chisca. Esta es de aquí, Spain. It's made in Spain.
It matches her hair.
Yes, it matches her hair.
It's an amazing class. I honestly.
It's really quality.
Lovely. I think they've got about half hour left, have they? Or are they really finished? Or
I think they're already being judged, yeah. They're being judged at this point. So ya terminaron con el Asian, todo el Asian ya?
Creo que sí.
Yes.
A lo mejor algún grande.
so we were talking about that long top knot earlier. So she's kept that long top knot and turned it into a bow.
Okay, and that's made with hair.
All hair.
Okay, and that's made with hair. Entonces el lazo ese que ella hizo es todo hecho de pelo. Yeah, this is the one that she wanted to see. Este es el que ella quería ver.
A ver, dile al cámara. A ver, cámara, ponnos el de color marrón, ahí el de color apricot. El canichito apricot, a ver si nos lo puedes enseñar. Esa es Alba Doga, hecho su Asian Fusion. Las chicas de Gerona. La deja también muy bonito.
No, es que han hecho unos trabajos. There you go.
Déjanos aquí.
There you go.
Wow.
Wow.
From Mallorca, creo.
Obviously, we're only looking from like a screen. We're not looking at photos, so we don't know what else and any of the judges are looking for.
Right.
No es pelo,
No, this is esto es un. It's a collar. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
This
obviously
is-
hair pieces. Yeah. It's hair pieces. It looks like a Hessian kind of material, like a tutu material, but the tutu on the belly is hair.
Right.
So she's probably just added it in. That is hair,
Yes.
and it's fine, like a layer of hair, which will probably just grow out, or even if you snip back off into the face, you would never notice it was gone. And the tutu on its belly, that is hair.
Right.
That, wow, just screams Disney, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It does.
Yeah, Minnie Mouse. So like, that was the one with the long top knot.
Right.
And obviously now we know why she was keeping it so long. It's because she's turned it completely into hair.
Yeah, they've really done an amazing job.
And with Asian, it's not like, I know it's the groom as well, but the way they do their accessories and to match the tabletop, it all blends into one and it becomes like a story. So that's why Asian is quite getting very popular. Like
Right. So now we'll let Chris comment on the purebred. We'll go back to our purebreds. Well, you're the standard man.
Yeah,
So let's go back to the purebreds,
I
and
feel
we'll
slightly boring now. You've got this massive variety.
Dice ahora, yo le digo que pase a él a que nos hable de los perros de estándar, los perros de raza pura. Dice, pero ahora estoy un poco aburrido, ¿no? Eso, después de todas esas, sí, después de toda esa belleza, imagínate, estamos un poco aburridos con lo demás. Pero no. El Carrie Blue, Carrie's never boring. Carrie's never boring.
Well, I can see the grooms are all done with exact breed standard in mind.
Right.
And most of them wouldn't look out of place in the UK show ring, which is always good because many of the pure breed scissors actually come from the UK. So the Kerry is an Irish breed,
Right.
Bedlington.
Right.
So country of origin for me is quite important.
Okay.
You'll notice, you'll know, Lulu, from the States, how different the grooming is in the States
Yes,
to the UK.
yes. Actually, I find that in Europe and in UK, well, I think Europe more so, has a little bit more extreme.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, they have a little bit more flair. They may have a little bit tighter on the waist. Okay, where in UK they do not,
No,
and in the USA we're somewhere in between.
Yeah.
We're not to one end and we're not to the other. We're kind of in the middle. We try to give a little more neck.
Yeah.
Okay, the power of the carry is in the neck and chest, and so we try to give a little bit more neck. We try to give a little bit more arch to show off that elegance and power. When you think carry, you think power.
Exactly.
So you want the initial look of the dog to exude that power.
Absolutely.
So, and similar, believe it or not, similar with the Bedlington. You want a Bedlington to look like a terrier. Like it's not supposed to look, like a poodle in any way. It's supposed to be a racy dog, okay, that is going to go out there and that is going to do a job.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to go out there and he's going to tear things up.
Yeah.
He's not supposed to look like some little sheep.
That's it. Well,
So,
people often, if I've got a Bedlington on the table and a client walks in, people go, "Oh, doesn't that look daft?" And I don't underestimate this little
Yes.
thing at all. 'Cause
yes. Yeah, there's some pretty powerful jaws underneath all that hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so
I always find Kerrys have teeth that big.
exactly. Yeah, there's power in there for sure.
That's it.
For
But
sure.
I do like the way that you can see that breed standard is in their head.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is amazing to watch them, like I said, from a big ball of fur,
Yeah.
okay, draw out, okay, with shears, that amazing profile.
Yeah, and a beautiful pedigree dog underneath, you know.
Yes.
But like we were saying, in the UK, we do have dogs slightly more rustic than anywhere else. So
Yes.
I think that comes from we've got quite a steep tradition in working dogs. So
Right.
you know, I mean, your Irish setters and your setters over there and your spaniels are very different as well. Aren't they?
Very different. We go for a lot more flair, and I'm sure we'll see tomorrow when we see the gun
Sculpted
dogs.
underlines and-
Yeah, we can definitely talk some more about that tomorrow with those, because that is definitely a thing. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Está. Oh, YouTube no. So, tell us what you're seeing, Georgia.
So this is a take on the spiral. But she's obviously used her creative mind and gone for a snake, which is very, very clever. The snake pieces in her head looks like a headpiece that she's clipped on. But if you look, she's actually
See what
flattened the
Artero-
tail to make it into like a tail end, so it goes thinner, which is also, again, very creative. But not only anything, the flair on this dog. It's just, yeah, it's balanced. Yeah, it's balanced. Even though it's extreme, it is balanced and very creative. And she's matched her.
And she, yeah.
And she's got glitter in her own hair as well as the dog.
Do all those little things count?
Okay, all evasion is now done. So yeah, they have just finished all evasion, so they are judging. All right, but the large dogs were just announced as done. Okay, so they are now all going to be judged. El asiático ya ha terminado completo. Ahora mismo terminaron con los perros más grandes de los asiáticos, so ya estamos. And we're looking at some amazing work. There's some beautiful work out there today. I don't envy the judges at all in their judging, because this is not going to be easy.
And I guess every judge is going to have a different kind of eye.
Yes.
So every judge is going to be looking at this. Some might not like it.
Right.
Some
Of
might
course,
love
this
it.
is, yes.
This is everything in Asian is personal choice.
And it's very subjective,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, except that the only thing is that they do look at technical.
Yeah.
They look at,
Yeah.
they look, and technical is all the same. They're going to look at the cleanliness of the dog. They're going to look at, did they shave pads? Did they clean ears? So the technical portion is going to be the same, but everything else is very subjective. So absolutely. They've done some beautiful work. We can see the judge. Judith, dime lo que está la juez mirando en este momento, lo que está buscando. Más o menos, vaya, tú has estado en esa parte ahí.
Es que no lo veo bien, ¿eh?
Ella está peinando.
Vale, yo creo que está mirando un poco las proporciones, que estén
sí,
un lado igual que
parece.
el otro. Claro, es que a ver, aunque sea un asian, tiene que estar también, o sea, igualado un lado que el otro. O sea, no, es lo que te decía antes, no porque sea un asian no tiene que estar bien pulido, o sea, al contrario, tiene que estar bonito igual, con las proporciones elefantadas, así tipo elefante o lo como sea, pero
Sí.
siempre que esté proporcionado un lado con el otro, que no sea un lado
Exacto.
más largo que el otro, tiene que estar los dos lados igual. Y por eso los jueces los peinan las patas hacia arriba y ven que esté todo bien proporcionado. ¿Veis la carita?
Ya, le levanta a ver.
Claro, es que ser juez también es durillo, ¿eh? Porque tienes que mirar que todo esté pulido, que todo esté bien hecho, bien correcto. Realmente, yo siempre digo, cuando uno compite, o sea, aprende un montón de las cosas que a lo mejor no has hecho bien o...
Sí.
Entonces, es una manera de corregir las cosas que no haces bien. Pero a la vez que también te divierte, ¿no? Estás aquí y lo haces para que la gente vea la rapidez, el estilo que tienes, todo. Sí, claro.
So she's looking at balance. She's looking to make sure that the proportions on one side are the same as the ones on the other. She's taking a look at the technical work on the head to make sure that all of that is polished and well done. All right, and then she's going to score. She's going to give them a score. Each dog will get a score with the number of dogs that are in the ring from 1 to wherever. If there's 15, so it's from 1 to 15, and then they tally up those points. And they do a little bit at a time, taking their time with each dog, because each dog should have, whether you like the style or not, each dog gets a full and complete look over. And here we have Luisa is doing, she's going over the dog and checking profile and checking, like we said, even though they may not be balanced, the proportions need to be correct. Right?
It's got to be pleasing to the eye.
This stuff should make you smile.
It should, yeah.
No es fácil juzgarlo también porque
No.
es estilo.
Yes.
O sea, es estilo libre, ¿no? Un poco, entonces tienes que juzgar que esté un poco todo proporcionado, pero claro, cada uno tiene su estilo. Aquí no hay un estándar
Right.
de la raza, aquí es estilo libre. Dentro del Asian esta, que es todo así redondito, todo así muy teddy, muy muñequitos, porque son realmente muñequitos.
Yeah, they should be look plush. They should look plush and full and like a teddy bear or a toy.
Yeah.
And so you want them to be pleasing to the eye. You want them to still look balanced and in proportion of one side to the other, definitely. So, and judging them is not easy.
Oh, God.
Yeah, any type of judging like this is definitely not a simple thing to do. Here we have a huge dog. He's a very big dog. And you can see where Allison is also checking measurements, checking the amount of hair left. She's checking pads. Okay, mirando las almohadillas, que todo esté limpio. Está mirando que no haya nudo. So, vaya, mucho detalle, mucho detalle.
Must be really hard to judge this with as much variation in there as.
Correct.
Yeah. Because breed trims are pretty uniform, aren't they? But this is.
And this is where you as a competitor, when you see something fall out, okay, you're like, oh my gosh, I missed that.
Yeah.
Darn, I can't believe I did that. Esto es cuando uno está compitiendo y viene el juez y peina y se cae un pelo y dices, uff. o te cogen un nudito por debajo. That happened to me. I did an English cocker, and I did a great job. They lifted and they found a pin knot underneath the.
Claro, es que esto es lo que se trata, o sea,
Yes.
no puedes hacer, o sea, por eso es tan importante el baño y secado.
Yes.
Porque si tú no sabes desenredar, no puedes cortar.
Exacto.
Porque
Yes.
desde la base,
If you
¿no?
don't know, that's why the prep work is all the yes. Yeah, if you don't know how to take the knots out, then you definitely don't know how to do a haircut. So,
Yo, oye,
and you check it again.
Hoy he juzgado y había una chica o un chico, da igual, que no había hecho los genitales.
Oh,
ya
yeah.
había terminado su trabajo.
Yeah, she had someone that didn't do the sanitary on the dog. And so did the whole dog and didn't do the sanitary. Well, she can't. Yeah.
Claro, yo digo,
Yeah.
si en el campeonato, que lo tienes que tener súper, o sea, metido en la cabeza que tiene que ser cortado y bien hecho,
Right.
pienso en tu peluquería no lo vas a hacer jamás. Si no
Yes,
lo haces aquí,
yes,
que
yes,
realmente
that's
con-
right.
que encima
So
todo el mundo
what
te ve
ends up
juzga.
happening? You as a judge go, well, if you didn't do it here, where everything should be done, are you doing it? Are you doing it in your salon? So
That's the very
yes.
basics, isn't it? Grooming. I mean.
Of course, that's the basis of grooming. I mean, we're first and foremost, we're groomers. We're here to make sure that the dog is clean and well cared for.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
Yeah.
absolutely. So he's checking all the details on the dog. So we've already got the first set also of the scissor dogs is done as well, and they're judging that. And here they're going to look at breed standard.
Balance, overall
Absolutely.
balance is key in this sort of thing, especially with the regions. Yeah.
Okay, and we are going to switch over to an interview with Edu Artero, one of the owners, co-owner of Artero. And en breve momento vamos a cambiar a una entrevista con Edu Artero.
Bueno, pues estamos junto al responsable de que Artero haya aterrizado en los Estados Unidos y de que su acogida haya sido un éxito, llegando a conocerse en cada rincón del país. Edu Artero, hola Edu, ¿cómo estás?
Hola Munsa, pues muy bien, aquí animados con todo el show y con muchas ganas de venir después de lo de Estados Unidos y bueno, viendo estas cosas pues me dan muchas ganas de llevarlo para allá también, pero bueno.
Me gusta que digas eso. Y ya que comentas, estamos muy contentos de que hayas vuelto de Estados Unidos, pero cuéntanos un poquito cómo fue la experiencia, danos...
Bueno, la experiencia la verdad que muy positiva, fue muy dura, pero muy positiva. La verdad que llegábamos ahí pues sin que nadie casi nos conociera. Entonces, bueno, gracias a muchos peluqueros de ahí de Estados Unidos que estaban dentro del equipo americano, etcétera, nos estuvieron ayudando mucho. Y a partir de ahí, pues bueno, fue cuestión de ir a ferias, ir haciendo conocer el producto, demostraciones, etcétera. Y bueno, poco a poco fuimos entrando en el mercado, un mercado muy competitivo, muy duro. Y la verdad que muy contentos de cómo ha ido funcionando y nada, y siguiendo ahí con fuerza y haciendo nuevas cosas.
Vale, bueno, y ahora estáis aquí, pero Artero sigue teniendo sede en Estados Unidos. Entonces, ¿quién lleva las riendas ahí o quién es el encargado?
Sí, a ver, esto era un tema complicado en el momento que decidimos de volver con la familia, porque la intención era que eso empezara bien y darse a conocer. Es muy importante luego que se mantenga todo, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, gracias a Lulu Rodríguez, que es la responsable actualmente de Artero USA, pues es la que está cogiendo las riendas y funcionando con la misma filosofía que teníamos y que tenemos aquí. Y bueno, perfecto. La verdad que es una pieza muy clave del éxito de Artero USA.
Bueno, vemos que es el tercer año consecutivo que conseguís el galardón Barclay a Mejor Empresa del Sector. ¿Cómo sienta este reconocimiento? ¿Por qué piensas que habéis tenido tan buena acogida en un mercado tan competitivo que estamos comentando ahora mismo?
Sí, es muy curioso. Ahí realmente están todas las marcas, todas las grandes empresas del sector y el hecho de poder hacernos ahí un rinconcito y poco a poco que nos fueran conociendo ha sido increíble, ¿no? A ver, yo creo que también el hecho de hacer seminarios como este, el de jornadas, todas estas cosas, ya no solo hablamos del producto. El producto pues siempre hemos trabajado con mucha calidad, pero no solo eso, ¿no? Detrás de una empresa hay muchas otras cosas. Creemos que todo el tema este de las jornadas, del Grooming Slam que vamos organizando, nos da mucho empujón en el mercado y nos ayuda a que la gente nos reconozca que no solo nuestra filosofía es vender productos, sino también ayudar a la industria a crecer, a darles apoyo. Y esto, pues bueno, cuando se hacen estos premios, la gente piensa en nosotros. Entonces, bueno, ya solo estar nombrado es algo increíble. Pero luego encima poder ganar ya ni te cuento, ¿no? También recordarte, bueno, que habíamos ganado el premio a Mejor Producto en el 2018, que también fue una gran cosa, ¿no? Para nosotros. O sea que muy contentos y muy agradecidos por los clientes.
Vale, bueno, vemos también que las cosas, bueno, la normalidad, digamos, se va recuperando poco a poco y vuelve jornadas a Atlanta el año que viene, ¿no? ¿Podrías decirnos fecha, algún detalle de la...? ¿Sí?
A ti sí. A ti sí. No, bueno, hace 2 años, bueno, ya empezamos hace 4 años a hacerlo, debido a lo del COVID, pues tuvimos que anular estos 2 últimos años. Y ahora pues ya sí, este mayo del 2022 pues ya salimos con las jornadas, ya empezamos otra vez con las jornadas y en Atlanta, como cada año. Entonces, bueno, tenemos muchas ganas de hacerlo, de poder mover toda la industria un poco que nos venga a ver y vea todos los shows. Y bueno, ahora parece que no, pero después de 2 años de parón, parece que cueste, pero la verdad que estamos muy motivados, con muchas sorpresas, muchas cosas nuevas y bueno, ojalá que nos pueda venir a ver mucha gente, o sea que muy bien.
Como dices, sorpresas, me imagino que aunque pregunte no vamos... No, bueno, había que probar. Y una curiosidad solo, si la sede está en Florida, ¿por qué Atlanta?
Bueno, a ver, Atlanta creemos que es un sitio de paso, es un hub a la hora de volar, que pueda venir gente de todo Estados Unidos o gente de Asia. En Atlanta, pues bueno, tienen el centro de varias compañías aéreas, y entonces creemos que es un buen sitio de comunicación, ¿no? De todas formas, bueno, nunca descartamos que pueda ser más adelante en otros sitios, pero seguro que en el 2022 estará hecho en Atlanta. Y bueno, ojalá si algún día lo pudiéramos hacer en Miami o en Los Ángeles o en otro sitio, pues también hemos pensado alguna vez hacerlo en diferentes ciudades, cada año que fuera rotando en diferentes ciudades, pero la verdad que es complejo porque encontrar un teatro que se adapte a tus necesidades, hacer volar a todo el equipo de aquí, muchas personas que vienen de España a darnos apoyo en jornadas, pues cuanto más fácil sea, pues siempre es mucho mejor, ¿no? Pero bueno, ahí queda. De momento Atlanta y ya veremos qué pasa.
Vale, no me has convencido, Sí. ¿Si puedo? Bueno, siendo conocedor de la industria como eres ya desde hace años, sobre todo pues, antes de empezar en Estados Unidos, y ahora que conoces también el sector en este país, ¿qué destacarías de los peluqueros de ahí y de la peluquería? Y si nos podrías decir, bueno, ¿qué características les ves? ¿Por qué son tan admirados en todo el mundo? ¿Cómo lo ves?
Mira, una de las cosas que más me sorprendió de los peluqueros de Estados Unidos es que igual eso lo echaba en falta, no sé, cada uno tiene sus culturas, que aquí tal vez no pasa tanto, pero en Estados Unidos cuando algo funciona o algo les gusta te lo dicen, ¿sabes? Te agradecen el hecho que estés ahí, que estés apoyando a la industria, que hayas traído productos nuevos, ¿no? Y esto para mí al principio era un poco chocante, la verdad que sí. Entonces también te digo lo mismo al revés, que si hay algo que no les gusta te lo dicen, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, es una parte importante. Yo creo que es bueno que te digan la verdad, porque al final los productos que vas a hacer o las ideas que tienes es gracias a su feedback y a todos los comentarios que te dicen. Entonces, a veces pues te dicen, mira, pues el sector necesita este tipo de producto o lo otro, y te los has de escuchar, ¿no? Porque al final es gracias a ellos, pues puedes poner un producto en el mercado que es necesario. A veces si estás en un despacho, esto no lo sabes. Entonces es muy importante asistir a las ferias, estar siempre en contacto continuo con el cliente, con lo que está pasando en el sector, en el mercado. Y aparte de esto, nada. O sea, al final viene a ser lo mismo, pero bueno, también se hacen muchos shows en Estados Unidos. Cada mes, una cosa así, hay diferentes shows. Y bueno, hay mucha gente pues que va haciendo toda la ruta de todos los shows que van habiendo para luego alcanzar los puntos para llegar a ser dentro del equipo americano, ¿no? Y ¿no? La gente, yo creo que todos estamos igual, ¿no? Con la misma inquietud, con ganas de hacer demostraciones, la gente quiere aprender, los peluqueros quieren aprender y eso es lo bueno, es lo que mueve la industria.
Vale, pues ya que me hablas de estas ganas y vemos que está siendo un éxito este Grooming Slam, habiendo ya jornadas Atlanta, ¿para cuándo un Grooming Slam, no sé, Nueva York?
Bueno, esto es una pasada. La verdad que no lo parece, visto en las cámaras, no lo sé, pero sabemos todos los que estamos en Artero el gran trabajo que hemos hecho estos últimos meses con todas las preparaciones. La verdad que sería un reto muy bonito hacerlo, pero es un reto muy complicado. Pero no me pongas fecha, no te la voy a decir, pero nunca se sabe. O sea, puede estar ahí en el cesto y algún día, pues, si creemos conveniente o necesario hacerlo, pues ahí nos lanzamos y si lo hiciéramos, pues seguro que intentaríamos hacerlo con la misma idea que aquí, con la misma filosofía y todo. ¿eh?
Bueno, pues no ha dicho que sí, pero tampoco ha dicho que no. Así que neutral. Bueno, pues nada, ya no tengo más preguntas, Edu. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí y que acabe de ser un éxito. Mucha suerte. Gracias.
Hasta pronto, gracias.
Tablecloth or a nice mat, something that will contrast your dog. We also recommend that you wear a different color smock to accentuate. If your dog is black, don't wear a black smock.
Absolutely.
Okay, wear something with pinks or blues that are going to show off your groom. Yeah, you want to contrast, and we do that in the show world as well,
Of course,
correct?
Yeah, but if I'm showing a Groenendael, which is black, I have to wear white trousers.
Right.
Because it does make the dog stand out.
Correct.
If you had a dippy top line, you might wear black trousers to hide it, but no.
Yeah,
no.
but it's true. Yeah, exactly. You if you want to hide the fault, then you wear the same color. But
What you're seeing here is 2.5 hours but weeks and weeks and weeks of preparation have gone into these dogs, and you must never ever present a dog on a dirty table.
Right.
Yeah. You owe it. You owe it to yourself and the dog to present the whole picture.
Yeah. No, for sure. That's absolutely true.
That's a classic head, isn't it?
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Just done a quick run around, and the standard of grooms, not even Asian, everything. They're just flawless.
They're stunning, right? I mean, the amount of work that's gone into all of this.
I mean, I'm looking at these pure breeds now. Most of these could go in the showroom. Yeah, easily.
A little palm. So cute. He knows we're talking about him. Oh my goodness.
Oh, bless his heart.
So cute. So cute. Oh, I gotta pay attention now. Up.
Time to show.
So cute. And there's a lot of work that goes into a palm. People don't realize. They think it's just a matter of, do a little de-shedding and that's it. And there's a whole lot of work that goes into doing a proper palm.
In the UK, they're a lot rounder In Europe now they're becoming much more sculpted and
Okay.
sort of triangular, but in our standard in the UK they have to be a ball.
Right.
So they have to be round. Another Kerry.
Ya, estamos viendo los trabajos a tijera, una calidad de trabajo vaya magnífica. Hemos visto tijera en Kerry, en Bedlington, Bishon, y una calidad de trabajo vaya tremenda. No le envidio nada al juez el tener que escoger los 3 mejores trabajos de lo que está aquí presente en este momento. Faltan 5 minutos para terminar la competición y ya. We've got 5 minutes to the end of the competition where time will be called on all dogs. And that will be it for today as far as the actual competition, and then we start the judging.
Looks like Alison's going over another Asian dog. When you judge, Georgia, do you give feedback as you're going over?
This is a new thing they've started since COVID, is doing the feedback there and then. I don't know what I prefer. I haven't had that done to myself yet because I haven't competed since lockdown, so I've either been judging or demoing, so I haven't competed. I don't know what I would prefer, whether I'd like to be done privately, but I know I can see why they do it, because it's yeah, you're doing it right there and then, it's fresh in your mind, and when somebody sends you a photo at the end of the day and you ask for critique, it doesn't always look the same.
Right.
Not that you forget, you take notes, but when it's fresh in your head, you can tell now, and you can show and you can explain it better.
Yeah, in the US they do after.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not done before. Okay. Lo que estamos hablando es referente a cuando el juez te revisa el perro, si te da una crítica. Ahora lo nuevo en UK es que te den una crítica ahí mismo, al momento, fresco, no tener que revisar de nuevo el perro más tarde, entonces te lo dan enseguida. No sabemos si lo que los competidores en este momento prefieren. Georgia mismo nos dice que ella no ha sido criticada desde ese punto de vista, entonces ella no está segura si le gustaría o no le gustaría.
I also find that if you're doing critique there and then, it also holds up the judging time, so then dogs will take
true.
for a bit longer than they
True.
to be on it. If it's a big class, if it's a small class, great, but the more over obviously in the UK it's getting a lot more popular, not as popular as this, but we still get about 10, 12 in a class.
So now they're taking the finished pictures, the afters.
You can see with the Asian stuff, you can see where it's pointed on head, because they're showing the dogs, they're taking the dog's head on really.
So if we were going to do this in the UK, I would be sitting the dogs down and showing the front profile of an Asian
the
dog.
face.
Yeah, but if you've got something like that snake or the one that had all them added extras, you want to show the side as well. As
Right,
well as the profile.
gotcha.
Breeds, you wouldn't, always show side on.
Right. All these beautiful afters of people bringing their...
So she's put the focus on that side, so she needs to show it on the left. I can't even work out.
Right. Entonces, cuando están tomando las fotos, sería mejor que pusieran el perro, especialmente los asiáticos, con la cara al frente, para que se pueda ver mejor y para ver la expresión del perro. Pero la cara en un asiático siempre es la parte más importante.
You would lose that complete style if the dog was the other way.
Ya, si lo pones de lado, como si fuese una raza pura, que se ponen de lado, lo que se le dice el show side, entonces si se ponen de esa manera, se pierde lo que es la belleza del corte, que es la cabeza y la cara.
But that's also with purebred scissor as well, because every dog's got a good side and a not so good side. So like some dogs don't like facing one way or the other. I got a few Bichons that are stubborn. Oh, I have to move, not them. So yeah, it works with the same with the aspects of Asian is in aspects of, it's all about the presentation, handling the dog in every aspect of line, from Asian to pure breeds is a completely different spectrums of the level, but also very similar in certain ways, if that kind of makes sense.
I've got to actually say that I've not seen one poorly prepared dog today.
No, I don't think so either.
Fantastic.
I don't think so either. I think, like I said, I think people have been missing this. This has been most wanted, and so here we are. I mean, they're wanting this.
Yeah,
they want
to.
Yeah.
It's got a crown made out of gems.
Beautiful work all the way around. Beautiful work. I don't envy these judges at all, not one little bit, because this has to be so hard for a judge.
And the black poodle is so nice to work with on Asian.
Yes.
But it never comes up lovely on photo.
No. Well, all black dogs. That's one thing with black dogs. Having black dogs, I don't know, in my house, all my dogs are black. So, and they're black or black and white. So, every time that I go to take photos, it's really difficult to get good photos of them because they're so dark that you need just a proper amount of lighting, and it's not easy to get. Especially if one is white. So with the Sealy, the Newfie, and the Poodle, it was always very difficult. The last minute, it's the last minute of the competition. We have 1 minute left for today. The last minute of the competition, and we are almost done. We're counting it down.
Ahora ya están haciendo las fotos del trabajo final, ¿no? Lulu?
Sí, ya las fotos del trabajo final, ya lo que falta es 1 minuto. Estamos contando aquí el minuto que queda y ya. Y el trabajo que han hecho unos trabajos bellos. Oh my goodness.
La gente estaba con muchas ganas de competir, Lulu.
Sí.
Estamos esperando.
Sí, yo creo que sí. Tiene, vaya.
Competir y hemos salido todos.
Tienes toda la razón.
Toda la calle a competir.
Tienes toda razón, sí. Sabes que nos dijeron que hay 21 países representados aquí.
Muy bien.
Este fin de semana.
Muy bien.
Increíble.
Han venido de todas partes.
Increíble que hay 21 países aquí.
Es que hemos estado mucho tiempo encerrados, ¿eh?
Sí,
Se
efectivamente.
nos olvida rápido, pero la verdad es que la vida como que vida normal, ¿no? Volver a la normalidad.
Sí.
Era urgente ya, ¿eh? Lo necesitábamos. Están con los Asian.
Y ya ha terminado la competición. Ya el Terranova. Ya. Creo que era el último que quedaba, el Terranova. Sí, el que tenía más trabajo. Está él peinando, pero ya parece haber terminado todo. Un poquito de agua, un poquito de spray y ya.
Bueno, a ver, suerte a todos con estos grandes trabajos que han hecho.
Para que estemos un poquito mejor, muchas gracias. Que le da un toque al campeonato. Muchas gracias.
It has been an amazing day, an amazing competition for sure.
Ahora ya la decisión la tienen los jueces de ver los trabajos que han hecho con este tiempo de 2 horas y media. ya la decisión final la tienen los jueces.
Siguen tomando las fotos.
¿Qué le han puesto? ¿Como una cadena este o qué es esto?
Yeah, what is that? He's wearing like a necklace? Yeah.
El Shih Tzu.
El Shih Tzu ese ha quedado, vaya, que está graciosísimo.
Muy bueno. A ver,
Sí.
siempre decir que los tintes siempre son naturales, que no afectan a nada al animal, que todo es para...
Exacto, sí.
sin ningún
Yeah.
ánimo de hacer daño al animal ni mucho menos, que es todo fantasía, pero que realmente son tintes que no
Yeah,
perjudican
no, these
nada,
all
¿no?
these hair dyes are all they're pet safe, they're pet friendly. We use nothing that is not of that nature. They do not affect the dogs at all. So anything that you're seeing here is fully tested and fully approved. Most of them are vegan products, okay, and you can actually eat them and lick them, and they do nothing. So.
They rarely come into contact with the skin as well. You work away from the skin.
Yeah, you want to take that one.
The dyes on the dogs rarely come into contact with the skin anyway, because you work away from the skin, don't you, George?
Don't tend to put it close to the root, so you work away from the away from the skin, so it doesn't irritate them. And everything they've put on, so the accessories, the diamonds, they're all taken off after the class is finished. And they'll take their photos. They're just basically props for photos.
So now they have finished everything and they are reviewing everything at this point. It'll take a little bit to make all their decisions.
Very hard job.
Yes, very, very hard job for sure.
It must come down to the tiniest bit of hair.
Usually I think that's what happens.
Especially with the amount of this quality. They're all very level.
The dogs are actually quality as well. You can see that people have chosen really carefully selected people.
Yeah, they are the quality of the dogs is amazing. And remember that there's 3 judges for every dog, so all 3 judges have to review every dog that they're seeing and go over each and every dog.
I think he's done a great job on that new feed.
Yeah, it looks like it. It sure does look like it. We haven't gotten a very good head-on photo of the Newfoundland, okay, but it does look like he's done a brilliant job on it from what we can see. Maybe we can get that camera over to the Newfoundland. There we go. Pretty head on that boy. No, that's not a Newfoundland. That's a Bichon. That's a Bichon for sure. But a pretty head on that boy, or a girl. I'm not sure if it's a boy or a girl. But a pretty headpiece. There he goes. Look at that head. That is a pretty head. Yeah, he's got a very pretty head.
Padded muzzle as well.
Yeah. Pretty.
Oh, and this lady here is from the UK as well.
Yes.
Yeah. She's living in Spain now, but she's come over. She's come.
So here's the other color that we were talking about. That sand color. Eh?
El color hígado.
Yes. This is the other color that we were talking about, the liver.
Yeah.
Yes.
They would be brawn, solid brown.
Right. And they fade into that other color.
They've actually got the same greying gene as a Cafe au lait poodle.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. Okay.
believe the Kerries are the same if they're the right colour as well.
Yes. Kerries are generally a happy dog. Okay, they are not dog friendly all the time, but they are with their people. They're a very happy dog, and they're actually a full all around farm dog.
Yes.
Is what they were bred to be. They were bred to guard the livestock, and they were bred to do critter killing. Okay, to make sure nothing gets in and gets your chickens or gets your rabbits or anything else that you might be having.
Fabulous fox deterrents as well.
Yes. And Airedales they would haul things as well. They do drafting with your Airedales so that you can go and get your milk and take your veggies to farm and.
We used to use Airedales in the army and the police as well.
Yes, very, very interesting. I've done some reading on some of the history, and it really is an interesting breed. Come inside. We're going to take a minute, and we're going to talk to Karsten Storka. Karsten, how are you?
Hola.
Hola, Karsten, how are you? Hola. Hola, Karsten, how are you? Okay, Karsten, what do you see out there? You've been out there, you've been walking around. Yes?
Beautiful grooms.
Beautiful grooms?
Beautiful grooms and lots of talented people.
Amazing, right?
Oh, I love it.
Oh.
I just bought a Kerry Blue. And looking at all of this content makes me like I just want to my season and I want to.
Oh, nice, nice.
No, beautiful.
Yeah, so there's some beautiful grooms, and I know that you two are a breed standard person.
I am.
Okay,
I love
but didn't you appreciate all those little Asian fusion
oh,
trims?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Right?
Even I did.
Yes.
I started to do Asian fusion with my schnauzer.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't do like extreme because customers they don't want that.
Right.
But I do like a little bit of fusion.
Okay.
Fusion in my grooms in the salon.
Okay.
But you have to appreciate every single type of grooming, you know.
Yes.
Because the work that they put these groomers in their creation is absolutely amazing.
Yes.
The hard work.
Amazing work. Amazing work.
I get angry when I see also like with creative.
Right.
Creative. It's not for everyone.
Of course.
But you appreciate their work.
Yes.
The amount of time they put in their dogs and in creation, you have to appreciate that.
No, and what we were talking about earlier, the things like the dyes that we use and things of that nature, it's all natural.
Exactly.
They are not harmful to the dog in any way. They are a splash of color, okay, and nothing more. And they really are. It's work that should be appreciated.
And also they do in stages. They don't do everything in one.
Oh,
day.
absolutely.
So you have stages. People, they don't understand. They think they will put that dog
No.
diet for 5, 6, 7 hours. No, you do today. You do this leg. Tomorrow you do that.
Yes.
Leg, and in a competition, you have 2 hours to finish the dog.
You're just putting it all together and making it all pop. But the amazing thing is that if these dogs didn't want to do this, you can't make them do this. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Okay, if this dog, this Kerry Blue that we're looking at here, didn't want to stand for this whole groom and do...
It's not for the competition.
No, he would not be here.
And
he would not be here.
The judge will tell you straight away, please take this dog on the floor.
Of course.
It's not good.
Yes.
So the judges are not crazy to let the dogs to struggle and suffer.
No.
For the groomer will be hard.
Yes.
Because you can't finish the dog.
Yeah, no, absolutely. These dogs, they love what they do. They love sharing time and spending time with their people.
Yeah.
They love being on the table. They love the attention. I know. I've had a competition dog myself. Okay, and he loves the attention. He eats it up. So
and also when you do, people don't understand that these are dogs that are pets also.
Yes.
Once you finish the competition, like all my dogs, they sleep with me in my bed.
Yes,
you know?
we spoke about that a little bit this morning.
Oh, yes.
When we talked about that. All right, that these dogs are pets, and sometimes you let them play and roughhouse, and then you come back and you're like, the ear's gone.
Yes.
The leg hair's gone.
They need to have a life.
Of course they do.
Of course they do. In the mud, this is more like Asian. This is more like Georgia's domain here. Because she's like the princess of Asian fusion in UK.
Well, she's amazing.
You don't like that? Well, it's the truth. Her work is amazing, like really, really amazing. So this is like her dominee. But look at this. This is pretty.
It's
really
amazing.
Pretty.
They've done amazing work.
Yeah, and put like a splash of color. I like a splash of color. If I had hair, but I don't have. I'll put a splash of color.
Yes, you would. You probably would.
Like you. Purple
Thank
here,
you.
pink
Thank
here,
you.
And maybe I'll do like more like Asian fusion. I'll do like something.
Yeah, no Asian fusion for me. No, they've done amazing work, and some of these folks had some very large dogs. We see some large dogs here. A lot of hair, yes.
Lots of hair. You put the time and the preparation.
A lot of hair, especially on some of these top knots and these heads on these Asian fusions.
Yeah.
Okay, in the purebreds there was a lot of hair. That Newfoundland, oh my lord, that Newfoundland. Lots of hair, lots of.
You know, this is my first time when I see a new thing in the ring.
No, I competed with one.
Did you?
Yes, I did. I competed with him. There's plenty to do.
What did you do to him?
No, there's plenty to do.
Yeah.
There's plenty to do, I promise you.
The judges know what to look at these breeds.
Well, okay, that's something when they that's one of the reasons that you say what breed you're going to work on, because the judge should be prepared so that when he or she comes into the ring, okay, they already know what breeds they're going to have, so they should have reviewed the standard. Cuando estamos hablando de cuando un juez viene a juzgar, okay, le dan un listado de las razas que van a tener para que ellos se lean los estándares. Vamos a poner como el Terranova, no es muy común. Entonces, si el juez nunca ha visto un Terranova en competición de grooming, okay, usualmente le dan la información para que ellos la revisen, okay, y se sepan el estándar, porque es necesario, es necesario.
Look at this one. Look at this one. Yeah, I don't know what to look at it. If you give me a Terranova, I don't know what to look at it. I really don't know. Well, you look at it. Oh,
Mi romano preferido.
Chiquita. Oh, I love this because I love gold.
Okay.
I like this.
Okay.
This is pretty. Oh, this is Patricia.
This is Patty. Yeah, Patty.
Oh, she's like what? It's like a Roman.
Yes,
style.
Roman style.
Yeah.
No, es que los trabajos están divinos, la verdad.
I have this top. I love this top. It's very funny. I think everyone is tired now. Everyone just wants
I'm sure.
And then we go to a party. Everyone to have a party. I want to dance a little bit. My legs are like.
Oh my lord. I'm ready to go to sleep, I think.
No sleep tonight. No sleep tonight. It's party, party, party.
Ay, Dios mío.
It's almost done anyway. Look at all these beautiful grooms. This is the Asian class, the miniature class. You know how hard is it much harder? Is it, Georgia? It's much harder not to do an Asian fusion like in the standard. And do you do standards?
No, I don't personally do standards in Asian, only because I don't really like the headset of a standard poodle with a full face.
Oh, okay.
That's only preference, but to be honest, I don't think I'd want to tackle a standard poodle with flared legs.
Yes.
That's a good lot of work.
And imagine the rushing and the products and everything.
Okay, now I did see someone in the States who did, I saw two different things which I really liked. I saw a standard poodle done like a pony, okay, where they left the pony legs, okay, not the big flared, but just the ponies, and then a crest. They left a crest, and they put a little bit of color in the crest, okay, and a little bit on the tail, okay, and the rest was short and tight and actually very cute. And then they did something similar on a giant schnauzer.
So when it was Push Perfect in UK, when they had the creative episodes, was a guy that did Lucky. He did a horse from a poodle.
Nice.
You know, with satin.
Nice.
Now. He did,
yes.
He didn't have time to finish a lot, but he did the shape. And Kelly, she did a gorilla.
Oh, okay.
And Mitch did a camel.
Yeah, okay.
Kelly did a camel. He was and you did a lion, did you? Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
This is the thing. This is the beauty of grooming, because
you can express yourself. You can express yourself. Yeah. Yeah.
And imagination will just go wild.
Yeah.
Especially with poodles, because the coat is so versatile, you know. And
yes. Yes. No, el caniche es muy fácil convertirlo en cualquier cosa. Puedes hacer otro perro, otra raza, o algo completamente diferente, y haces una creación que sale de la imaginación tuya. Okay, so
I understand half what you said, but I understand
There
something.
you go. There you go.
I really love Kerry Blues. I think because I bought one, so I really love that. So
I love Kerry Blues as well.
elegant,
I think,
great.
I like the power
Yes.
that they show.
Yes.
The beautifully arched neck, a beautiful head.
Oh, that's
shows
Sonia. That's Sonia
nice
Luengo.
power. Yes.
Yeah. Bless her. I just realized. I think because they don't wear the Artero top.
Yes.
Yes.
You don't know who they are offhand.
With the mask also.
Yes.
You don't know with the mask. I bet everyone is already tired now.
Very
Look at
pretty,
this
very
pretty.
pretty head.
Yeah.
Very pretty head, and we're waiting for the judges that are reviewing and going over, and
Yeah, they're still judging. at the
I
moment.
think so. Yeah, I think they're still out there, still combing. Yeah, they're still out there, still combing and going over all the dogs. Okay, los jueces siguen revisando, mirando. Son 3 jueces por cada perro, so demora un poco. Hay bastante gente aquí.
We do have lots of carries. I
How
saw
many
lots of
entries do
vision.
we have? ¿Cuántas entradas tenemos? ¿Cuántos participantes? No sabemos. Sí.
I think easily in the open class pure breed they're like 20.
Yeah.
And I think in the champion class they're like around 7, 8.
Wow, that's a lot though.
Yeah. And I think in Asian Fusion it's similar, like 10 or 15 with the standards also. So there were a lot of, for the first grooming competition of the year, the live one.
We have been full. We have had a lot.
Good, and a lot of people coming from abroad, like from Poland. You have Poland, from Ukraine.
Well, we have
UK.
21 countries.
Yeah.
21 countries represented here today. All right, which is absolutely amazing. 21 países aquí representados hoy día. Okay, espectacular la cantidad de gente y participantes que han venido ya están cansados de estar en sus casas.
People get bored of the online ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sí,
You
yeah.
want to feel and you want to touch. You
Yeah.
want your judge to be there and give you a feedback instead.
Sí,
Because
sí,
when
sí.
you're online, you can't actually give a good feedback because you don't see the dog. You touch the dog, you can look at the angulation.
Sí, eso es verdad. Lo que dice Caston es que la gente ya quieren estar fuera, quieren que los jueces le miren los perros, le den la crítica que se la den en persona, no online. A través del internet es bueno, vaya, tenía su propósito, pero ya es hora de empezar con los shows de nuevo. Y aquí estamos con el primer show del año de Europa.
Exactly. See?
Okay. El Grooming Slam Barcelona 2021. Increíble,
And I
increíble.
think it was the first one and the last one this year. I don't think it's another one.
Yes, yes.
This year.
Yes, for
they
sure.
could- Hopefully by next year, all of them they'll be open.
Yes,
Hopefully.
that would be
Fingers
nice. It
crossed.
really would be nice.
Fingers crossed. Do you have shows in America? They start already
Yes,
now. They do, huh?
yes. In America, we started shows earlier this year. We started with the Atlanta Pet Fair in June. All right, they moved it. Normally, it's an event that takes place in March. They moved it to
Okay.
June.
Yeah.
All right, and we started with that one, and since then we have done several. Some have been more well represented than others.
Yeah.
Okay, but it depends on what state you're in the United States. So we've
Oh,
had
okay, so it
we've had
depends,
depending on
yeah.
the state more or less. So, but it's been an amazing year there too.
Oh, that's good.
People
We need to
have
go back to
they've been well
normality.
attended. They've been well attended
Yeah.
for sure.
We have to go back to normality, to be honest. I think they finished judging the Asian Fusion class now, and I think they tell them to relax their dogs at the moment. But no, we
Competition,
have to-
please, you can rest. Let your dogs rest, please.
We
Thank you.
still have
I think I can see
our
Umberto.
Italian judge
Still
is
judging
still,
Umberto, I can see here.
and our Italian judge.
Jauma is still judging.
Oh, Jauma's still out there as well.
Jauma. I call him Jauma.
Pero sigue juzgando, ¿no? Todavía está. Sí, todavía está.
Yeah. They're almost, they're almost finished judging. Almost finished judging. But you see, I love all of this. I miss so much all of this. You know, like so many friends that I didn't see for like almost 2 years.
Yes, that's
And
true.
it's so nice.
That's true.
It doesn't compare nothing with the online.
No.
Like, with the thing with online, you finish and you switch off your internet and then you go home.
Yes.
We have here Alison with Victor and another competitor. So, it's Luisa is chatting. Yeah. She looks like a child over there with this mask. You don't know who they are.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't. You
I have
don't.
people coming to me and like, oh, hello, Kostas. I don't know who you are. Take the mask off.
Okay. And let me try. I'm really bad at this game. Huh?
Look at this Bichon. This is pretty.
Wait, photo first.
Pretty.
If I can get you squishing a little.
You have to put your hands here. And do you?
I'm bad at this. Here, you do it. We're trying to take a selfie here in the live stream booth. We're trying to take a selfie.
Hold this. Hold this.
Hold that. Sit there.
And you have to move here.
We're taking a selfie in the live stream booth. Good job.
Thank you.
It's good when you have long hands.
There you go.
Este es muy listo, pero eso vive en España.
Sí, sí.
Sí, yo vivo ahora en Mijas Pueblo, en
Yes.
en Málaga.
Yeah, soon, Costin.
Do you open the groomer place?
Quiero con Claudia
Con Claudia.
to make una academia.
Abrir una academia.
Yeah.
Muy bien.
So we have we want to make maybe when I will come for full time here to find a bigger space in the Artero Academy in Marbella.
Yeah, our friend Costin is planning a move. He's planning a move down here to Spain.
We move.
But he's not here full time yet.
he's not yet.
Soon. We're hoping that he'll be here full time.
Yes.
All right, and then he will be doing the live stream. Okay, more often because he'll be speaking more Spanish.
Sí.
Right? Entonces puede hacer el live stream en vivo porque en español. Exacto.
Que ya podría hablarlo, ¿eh?
Exacto.
El catalán, que es el...
Es parecido.
En Rumanía hay muchas palabras...
Que son parecidas.
Similar con catalán.
Exacto.
Yes.
No, parecidas o iguales, te podría decir, ¿eh?
Sí.
No sé, pero...
No lo sé. No, I never speak Catalan, so I didn't know till today that Barcelona have a Catalan language.
Oh, well, see, now you know. Now you know. We learn something new every day.
They left the door.
Yeah.
Please leave the door open. So I think they finished judging now.
They've, I know that they've finished Asian. I don't know that they have finished the other one as of
I
yet.
can see Humberto is sitting down.
Do we still have any judges out there? I think there is.
I can see Jaume.
Yeah, I think there's one or two judges still out there. There's a couple of people over by the Newfoundland, so I have a feeling that they're going over that one.
Humberto. Now is the most stressful part. Finding the results.
Yeah, I see the judge combing through the Newfoundland.
Oh, look at Victor.
Taking a selfie, which is what we did before.
Yeah.
Taking a selfie.
Let's take a selfie. Yeah, so Ferush is still judging.
Yes, he's still judging. He's still doing.
That Terranova is so beautiful.
Yes.
Look at that color. Look at that shine on his coat. The prep of that dog is stunning. No, I was looking at him when he was brushing, so there was no undercoat, nothing. Oh yes. Is it? Oh wow.
So we're still discovering the language here is Catalan. For those that don't know, in Barcelona, the local language is Catalan.
Oh wow.
And we are finding out that Romanian and Catalan have a lot of similarities. There you go.
So I can speak Romanian. You might understand me.
There you go.
Voy a hablar romana and you understand me.
Yeah. There you go.
I really want to learn to do a bichon. I never did a bichon in my life. I do like a pet one. So now I'm going to Alison Rogers to teach me how to do a bichon.
Okay.
I found that they have to an expression, you know, when they're like,
Yes.
like they're a little bit angry because
Yes, they're supposed to look a little evil.
angry, yeah, like
Well, a little evil.
Yes,
They're supposed to
yes.
look a little evil. Sí,
Yes.
evil, okay?
We say
Un
because
poquito,
we are
sí.
more like angry.
Yeah.
So it's very important that
Enfadado, ¿no?
exactly. It's very important
La
that
mirada tiene que ser desde muy adentro.
Yes, yes.
it's. I think all the dogs they should have expression. So you have to create that expression. It's very important. If you create the correct expression, I don't think it's impossible. Look, this is a very pretty shape. Nice neck, nice bum. And that one also is
Yeah,
nice.
very pretty profiles, very pretty. There's just some stunning work out there.
They are. And you have to realize that lots of people are in open. That's all of them. This is just open class, and look how beautiful they groom. Now we'll go to the champion class. This is the champion class here. It's a little bit different level, a little bit.
Muchas palabras, no te creas, hay muchas.
Yeah. Wow. It's more common with Catalan than Spanish or Italian.
Sí.
Wow. So I'll move. Oh, I love this.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Es una lengua.
Sí, yeah. I like how Jose Tucupita grooms. It's really beautiful. I think they finished. I think they're.
It looks like it, but do I see a judge in the back still?
I think they finished the Asian class because I can see.
The Asian class is
it's
definitely finished, yes.
finished.
The Asian class is finished.
I think everyone is relaxing their dogs. Some of them they already put the dogs on the floor.
Yeah, so now we're just
just a few
waiting
minutes
the
before the
last
end.
ones.
Oh, Jam, I can see Jam. I can still see him.
Yes.
Judging. Pure breeds. So is Jamal EG judge?
Yes.
Yes.
No? And
Yes,
Luisa?
Yes.
Okay.
So now we're back to the photo call.
All around or?
And stripping setters and spaniels, no? Oh, no? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, this is a pretty Carrie.
Yes, very
I think
pretty.
She's open class. I found that carries they should be really powerful dogs because you know when they go in and they dig and they run.
Yes,
the back
absolutely.
legs they should be really powerful and they should be quite skinny in the front. So you have to achieve that shape. So I think you have to know the shape of your dog. Like see, for me these ears.
Well, they're
like
supposed to
rabbits.
be a wedge shape.
Yes. Yeah.
They're actually supposed to be a wedge shape with the widest part and
What I noticed, to be honest, I notice now, they didn't. A lot of people, what I saw now, they didn't do the correct prep of the dog. So when you have a carry, you have to dry him natural.
Yes.
To have the Marcel.
Yes.
And I didn't see any Marcel on any dog today.
Okay.
So
All right. Yeah, no, for sure. The marcelling is an important part of
Is
the actual
important.
haircut.
Yeah, 'cause
All
it
right,
gives the
and
shape.
and yes, there's two. I see two different schools of thought. Some of them blow dry, fluff, and pull everything out.
But that's not
okay,
correct.
and then later they sponge and they work and they do. All right, and they do get a nice finish. Okay, but in reality, if you leave that coat natural. Okay, and you let that part air dry, you blow dry the rest, but you leave the jacket
So-
more natural.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you get a better Marcel.
Marcel, yeah.
You
So
get a better
how
Marcel.
I was taught, wash the carry very well, put in a cabin dryer, and let him to dry natural, and just fluff the beard and the
Right.
legs. And this is
Right,
it.
exactly,
And this is
exactly.
it.
And it's funny because I've been in the industry a while, and we didn't do that in the very beginning.
Yeah.
In the very beginning, it was all blowed and
Blow dry,
fluffed, and
yeah,
and then
like a poodle.
and now with the advent of a lot more rustic coats. Okay, because Pumi and things like that, Lagotto, Pumi, and those type of coats, especially in the U.S., we're seeing more of that.
But also, I think also, I always say, because where do you look for perfection? In show ring.
Right.
So by adding show people into the competition ring, they change the style, you know, because if a guy does a poodle like the care like a poodle,
Right, that's
and
true.
And the person like, oh, this is if he's a nice person and will help you, so that's
Yeah.
correct. So you have to do this, and then people they will learn, and I will tell you, and you'll tell them,
Absolutely,
you know, so-
absolutely. Lo que está hablando Costin es verdad que estamos hablando de los mantos un poco más rústicos, incluyendo en parte la del carry. Yo me acuerdo cuando yo empecé en este giro, los lavaban, los secaban y estiraban todo, la chaqueta, todo. Hoy en día estamos viendo menos de eso, por lo menos en los Estados Unidos, donde están, sí, lavan y todo, pero dejan que la chaqueta se seca al aire libre. El resto sí lo secan, lo estiran, ¿ok? Y creo que sí, lo que es el tronco lo dejan que al aire libre. Entonces da un resultado mucho más bonito. Mucho más bonito, mucho más, sí, mucho más natural, okay, y estamos viendo mucho de eso con razas como el Pumi, el Lagoro y ciertas razas así que son más rústicas, okay, y entonces estamos viendo eso en vez de...
You see, no Marcel,
Sí,
nothing.
sí.
You see, so you have to see that beautiful Marcel
Yes.
into the breed. It has a nice head, a little bit long, I think. The neck is a little bit, but again, it's none of them they have Marcel. It's Vincenzo from Italy. He does, and then it's Cheryl Howard and Peter Enzo.
Yes, they do a beautiful.
They do a beautiful Marcel in their
Yes.
dogs. It is very important. The prep is so important.
Well, and in the States we have people like Irina Pinkusevich who does an amazing Kerry Blue because
Yeah.
that is her breed.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean? So she breeds and shows, and so like you said, you have the show people
Exactly.
that are bringing in that. Okay, well I'm going to show. I need to have this beautiful Marcel,
And then
and
if you
so
see in the ring, I say, can you say, do you mind? Can I ask you why you have this? And then people they explain to you. and then
Yes.
It's all about education also. You
Yeah.
know?
yeah.
It's about asking different, like I've never had a Kerry Blue myself.
Right.
So don't get them kind of breeds. And she explained what a Marcel was. And I just find like that's another learning curve of competing.
Yes,
Where
yes.
I know exactly what it is now, and that'll stick with me forever because she took the time to explain why she was sponging and brushing the dog down to get them boots from
Sí,
Marcel.
porque ella dice que cuando ella empezó, ella nunca había visto un estracanado, nunca. No, nunca. Y entonces ella empezó y compitió contra otra persona, Cheryl Howard, y le dijo, pero ¿qué es lo que estás haciendo tú? Que no veo, it's almost done, yeah. ¿Qué es lo que estás haciendo tú? Que no, yo no entiendo, nunca he visto eso. Y ella fue la que le explicó. Entonces la competición nos ayuda también a aprender el uno del otro. So,
Incluso utilizan un spray y luego me acuerdo que pasaban como una esponja, ¿eh?
Sí.
Para...
Es-
sí, exacto. A sponge.
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 Sí, sí, para finalizarlo.
Yep.
Para que quedara más estracanado.
Yeah, I know that like Cheryl has like a spray, just water, and it sprays like, all the time when she sees her, she sprays to
Right.
create that beautiful Marcel.
Correct.
Because even like you don't have to brush it, but even when you comb it, the coat it can stretch a little bit. So
Yes.
to go back to Marcel, you have to wet it all the time.
And you can use some of our products to do marcelling. You can use the mix and the mix.
The mix.
Okay.
Matix.
Yes.
What else?
Or you can put
Static.
a little protein in a little bottle of water, okay, and dissolve it down real nice.
I think a little bit conditioner depends on the coat. If you have a poodle coat,
Right.
you might use. But if you have like a Irish coat where it's like really dropped coat,
Right. Yeah, that I would not. No.
Yeah.
No.
But static is quite light.
Yes.
And that will work great. This is what I do in the salon. I use static.
Okay.
Because it holds my coat also.
Okay. Sounds good.
But also I know Cheryl. They sometimes use like dematting sprays, like Matix and like that.
Right.
You know?
Right. Oh my goodness! Look at that.
Especially
so
when
cute.
you don't fluff the dry. If you don't fluff dry.
Dry
the
the-
coats,
yes,
they
exactly.
go matting much faster. Oh, look how pretty is this one. Oh, they did like in the back also some flowers.
Yeah, it's like
that.
got a tutu going on.
Oh,
Georgia
okay,
knows
like a
about
dress,
that.
a tut- oh.
It's a tutu. Sí,
Yeah.
bueno, hecho de pelo, pero sí es un tutú hecho de pelo.
Imagine how much work you have to put in that. The creation
yes.
and like that is really, yeah. It's
No,
really
and
hard,
the
isn't it?
thought and the ideas. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a really it's a stretch for creative, being creative.
And now you see more and more people doing creative, doing Asian fusion workshop, because I don't think, was it before very popular workshop in Spain or not?
Que si antes era tan popular el workshop en España, como una clase, haciéndolo como un...
Yo creo que siempre ha sido una
Yeah.
Sí, pero
Very
se
powerful.
llena bien, es
Trabajo de
popular.
salón.
Sí, pero se llena bien o... Sí,
Like
ya,
in
sí,
England.
No como un stripping, pero
Sí.
se llena.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
That
the
is-
places.
Porque realmente es el trabajo que haces en tu salón diariamente.
Exacto.
Like in England, you'll see 25, 30 people in a workshop. And now they start to be more in Asian fusion.
Eh?
Now. They start to be a lot of
25 a lo
people.
mejor no.
Right.
No es tan popular como una tijera o un stripping.
Yeah, it's not as popular as a hand strip class or
It's the opposite. It's way popular.
Mhm.
The workshop also in full compared with cajeras.
Right.
We don't have a lot of dogs anymore because everything is cockapoo, labradoodles, all these mixed breeds.
All mixed
Right.
Mixed breeds, and it's really hard to find dogs to go and compete. Compare where in Europe you have more pure breeds.
Right.
And it's easier. You have more people showing the dogs and like that. A show person in England, they will not give you their show dog to go to your competition.
Right.
You know. Because also grooming competition, grooming style, it's a little bit different than show style.
Yes.
It's-
And that's true in a lot of things. It's just like the working dogs and you know
But even
versus
based on the pure breed, I think also grooming we can create more flair to the dogs. In all like Bichon, you see if you go to a ring, the Bichon is not like it can be dirty a little bit and it's fine, but here you'll lose points. So here the dog has to be quite perfect.
yes, that's true.
It's a beautiful Bichon. Yeah, I do like Artero Detox. It's a very good shampoo and a very good conditioner. I love it, especially for Labradors. It's brilliant.
That's what I use on my Newfoundland.
Do you?
Yeah, the detox. That's what I use
I
on
use
him.
now everything, conditioner in all my double coats.
Yes.
The undercoat like just
Comes right out,
so
yep.
quickly. But I didn't know that before. Look, this is so pretty, really pretty. And it's so well behaved, so he didn't use any neck nose, nothing, and the dog didn't move at all.
Yeah.
And that shows that the dog was trained. And
Yeah,
and
exactly.
enjoys
Exactly.
to be on the table.
Yeah, you would not get a Newfoundland up there if he
Definitely
didn't.
not.
He'd be laying down. He'd be
Exactly.
leaning on
Sit
you.
down at all.
Yeah.
And he didn't had to make him to stand up. Because
Right.
I watch him. Another like Pomeranian. They start to be also very popular in pure breeds classes.
Yes.
Like I think in America there are like classes just for
No, we don't have
Oh,
just a
maybe
palm. It's part of the
South
scissor
America.
class. In
In
South
South
America.
America,
In South America, in Brazil, I believe we've
I see
seen.
classes of Pomeranians, class of golden retrievers.
Yes.
I see just golden retrievers.
Yes.
And it's really amazing. I was shocked.
America, it's very big.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
No.
I was quite shocked when I was like, oh my god, this is a Pomeranian in a pure breed class. Because you'll see a Pomeranian, but you don't realize like actually it can be scissor all over. Another carrier blow. I think the judging is done also. And they're waiting for them. Oh, look at
They're
this
waiting
pretty
for
face.
results.
Look at this pretty face. It was a very long day.
It has been a very long day for sure.
I bet you just want to relax a little
You
bit.
don't
now.
even know. You don't even know.
Yeah, she said she doesn't want to come to the fiesta. I will drag you. You are lucky that you're not staying in my hotel.
No, I'm staying in my own hotel.
I
My
know.
own hotel.
Eat and dancing and drinking.
Yes.
we have
It looks like, I think it looks like they're done judging.
Yeah. I think they're
They're
waiting for the
just
result.
making the last results and the last decisions. But what we had said earlier, I mean, there's always, the judge always has a question as to 1 or 2 points or 1 or 2, first or second place. You should always maintain your dog, if the judge is looking, be alert.
Yes.
Be alert to your judge.
Yes.
If the judge is looking,
Stack your
okay,
dog.
then stack your dog.
Stack your
yes.
dog, yeah. When he doesn't
Yeah.
look, just let him relax.
Exactly.
Because the more you stack him, if the judge
Exactly.
doesn't look and relax, that he can go tired. And when the judge actually go and look at you, the dog will move.
Yeah.
So
See,
relax your dog when the judge doesn't look at you. And
yeah.
stack your dog
Eso
with
es
the
algo
judge.
que en los Estados Unidos también le decimos a los competidores que mantengan los perros, que se mantengan ellos alertos, okay, a si el juez ha terminado o si el juez quiere ver otra cosa, un momento, porque a veces es una decisión que todavía falta un punto aquí, un punto allí, okay, y si tienes el perro acostado en la mesa y...
Hay mucha gente que no se fija.
No, hay muchos que no, y no es mantener el perro de pie el tiempo entero, es mantenerte tú como competidor alerta a lo que está haciendo el juez.
I think
Okay.
also it's good when you have a mentor. It's really hard when you don't have a
Yes.
mentor. So when I
Yes.
go in a grooming competition and I'm competing and I see people like beginner class, open class, I always educate them how to stack your dog, because you see them, the judge comes and they leave the dog to do whatever they want. you know?
Right.
So I would say you have to, your groom, it's your art. It's how you
Yes.
present yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like when I used to compete before, I used to have my top, I used to be very dirty. And then I have some judges like, you have to be presentable. That's your art.
Right,
that you present,
exactly,
you know?
exactly.
So now you'll never see me with a dirty top. I'll have like a nice jacket. I'll have a
Yes.
nice t-shirt.
No, and again, we talked about it before, contrasting. You don't
Yes.
you don't want the dog to disappear into your clothing.
Exactly.
You want, uno quiere que el perro resalte. Okay, si el perro es negro, no te pongas una casaca negra. Okay, pon algo en la mesa, limpia la mesa, no le dejes pelo en la mesa.
I think also it's the duty of all groomers, like champion groomers, to educate the new groomers.
Yes.
You know? If
Yes.
you see, it doesn't cost you nothing to help him with some advice.
Of course,
You know?
of course.
And this is what I do. I always try to help everyone. I think a few seconds and they will announce the...
I think so. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think they're busy working up the last couple of things,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and I
Yeah,
think
we'll
that we are almost done here.
It's very dark outside.
It is very dark outside. This is what happens in time change.
Yeah.
El cambio de hora ya entramos de noche, salimos de noche.
I love these tops. Patricia, we are so pretty. Oh, I love it. That dog has a beautiful coat because I touched his coat. Has a very
Yeah.
beautiful coat. You know, he was a jornada.
Oh yes.
So I don't know his name. The guy from Russia. He did the stand-up poodle.
Oh, Roman.
Roman. You remember he did this dog for jornadas. You see, this one is now the judge doesn't look at you, let the dog to relax.
Exactly.
Let the dog,
Exactly.
don't stack the dog there for 2-3 hours for nothing. If you've
Yeah.
been judged twice by the judges, if he comes to you and will ask you to stack your dog,
Yes, yes, of
it's very-
course.
because sometimes they will ask you if they're not.
But if
100%.
they're looking, if they're standing up and they're not certain, you can tell that they're still looking. They're
Yeah.
still. Then stack your dog a minute.
Are you excited in Georgia to start the competition again next year? We have our first competition in England on the 22nd, 23rd of January. It's the
Oh,
Groom Show.
nice. Okay.
It's a EJ competition, but sadly, me and Georgia, we are judging the competition.
Okay.
So, in a way, it's nice because we relax. When I was like,
I don't think you guys are going to be very relaxed. Have you seen these judges? It's
And I'm
a
telling
lot
you-
of work. It's a lot of work what
I
you guys
know.
are doing.
And I'm telling you, the English people, they just want do competition now. They are so tired of all that
Dice que tienen una competición el 23 de enero en
the grooming show.
el grooming show,
In
pero
January.
que ellos están de jueces. No,
en Inglaterra.
En Inglaterra. Pero que ellos están juzgando parte de, dice, me puedo relajar. Digo, yo no sé, mirando esto que estamos viendo aquí, yo no creo que se van a relajar. No.
Is Westbrook and Julie Lalou, the grooming show, in January. Or Artero always were there. All the girls, every year. I like that Asian.
Yes.
It's really nice. Very pretty. Sometimes it's good.
They've already relaxed all their dogs. They already gave the signal to relax all their dogs. So at this point, the decision is made. Yeah, they've already given them the. So now we're just waiting for tabulation, and we should be knowing something soon. So ya han dado la noticia que se pueden descansar todos los perros. Okay, así que ya han terminado. Ahora estamos esperando que cuenten los puntos, que hagan la documentación, sí, la documentación que tienen que hacer, y entonces nos darán los clasificados de hoy. They'll give us those that have been classified as winners.
Oh, look at this one. That's so pretty. You see, this is love.
Yes.
This is really love. And this is for all people that watch. This is nice to see this. The dog do the job, and now it's time for relaxing.
Yes, and it's nice. When I competed with my dogs, it was really nice to share that time with them, and the connection that you make with your dog on the table. All right, it's nothing like anything else. It
You
really
have to have
isn't.
the connection, because there's no connection, your dog will just go crazy on the table.
Yeah,
You have
sí,
to
la
have the-
conexión que uno hace con el perro en la mesa es muy importante, y cómo uno trata al perro es muy importante. Vaya, sí, esto es de los perros, es lo más importante, los perros.
Hay que estar como relajado, ¿no? Para trabajar con ellos, para que ellos no se sientan presionados, porque realmente es como energía, ¿no?
Yeah,
No,
exactly, they
eso
can feel your
mismo.
energy. That's
Sí,
true, they can
eso
feel
mismo,
your energy.
es la energía de uno.
If you are stressed and you're panicking, he will feel you.
Tú le transmites al animal,
Exactly.
probablemente.
That is true. So you have to be confident in what you do. Oh, I would love a Bennington. It's really hard to find in England now. Even they come from England, the English breed. Yeah.
The sheep? Yes, sheep.
Yeah, sheepdog.
Sheep.
Sometimes I say the wrong word.
Uh,
You know, the
Look, see, this is what it's about.
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, love.
Yes, it's true. She says it's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay? Definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing.
But I love this type of coat on the. I really struggle with the. This is more like a European texture compared with the English. The English is more softer and more.
It's very cottony. It's very soft and cottony. Yeah.
Yes, the English one.
Yes.
The European one is more like poodleish.
Well, because it's supposed to have guard hairs. Okay, the coat should have guard
But
hairs.
the correct texture is the English one.
Is the cottony, that soft.
The cottony, the one that is so hard to scissor, but for styling, this is a beautiful coat.
Yeah.
It's really.
Hay pelos y pelos, pero el de Wellington es muy difícil.
Sí, el Bennington
Tiene un pelaje muy difícil.
Es como un algodón.
Es como un algodón que enseguida que cortas se chafa, es como... Le tienes que texturizar. Incluso yo me acuerdo de haber puesto hasta polvos de stripping para dar textura al pelo, ¿eh?
Exacto. Yeah, and some competitors will put a little bit of texturizing spray in order to be able to correctly, including some chalk, some stripping powder, some stripping powder, so that you can scissor correctly and get a nice finish on it. It kills your shears though, but
I had one in a salon, and I used to bath him with Vitality because it gives them texture, and I used to put Zoom all over, and it gives some texture, and I brush him and fluff around with the brush, and I give some, and the coat stands for scissoring.
Okay, well, it looks like we may have some winners. It looks like we're getting ready.
Yeah, then the finalists. The finalists 3 in each
Es de deliberar y de sumar puntos y tal, y de pasarlo mal. Vamos a pedirles un aplauso, ¿no? Que se lo merecen.
An applause for our judges, the jury. They're working really hard, finalizing.
Y nos gustaría compartir con vosotros un poco una pincelada de cómo hemos hecho estos premios, porque han cambiado, son nuevos este año. No sé, nos hacía ilusión darle un restyling y queremos mostraros cómo ha sido.
Yeah, we'd just like to share with you a video where you can see how we've changed for this edition the design of our trophies. We thought that this edition was very special, and we wanted to give this a special touch, so we want to share with you these images.
Sí, que desde aquí, desde el inicio, desde el primer dibujo hasta el final, se ha hecho todo aquí, cada uno de los detalles.
Everything involved in this design has been done here where you are at the moment, in this venue, in this new venue, so we hope you enjoy it.
Bueno, y que se lo lleven los mejores. Un aplauso para vosotros.
A big applause for everyone.
A ver quién se lo va a llevar.
Let's see who's going to take it home. Beautiful.
¿Cómo están los nervios? ¿Bien?
How is everyone doing? Nervous?
Bueno, va. ¿Cómo lo tienen los jueces esto? Are you ready? Que no se vea. Bueno, vamos allá. Recordad que son nominados solamente, no es el orden. Es la música. Bueno, empecemos con Open Puebli. Clasificado o clasificada en la mesa 111, Leire de la Nava. ¡Felicidades!
Leire 111. Nominee, table 122, Zolt Zeketti.
122. Y el último o última nominada en la mesa 109, Juan Martínez. Vamos a los champions. Nominada. Mesa 124, Carmen Morillo.
Okay. Next nominee. Table 126. Room.
Último nominado o nominada en la mesa 131, Sonia Levengo. Bueno, cambiamos de grupo. Vamos a los Asian. Primera nominada. Mesa 1, 4, 2. Ana Guillén Pascual. Siguiente nominado o nominada. Mesa 1, 6, 1. Chisca Martorell. Bueno, Víctor, dilo tú. La última o el último.
The last nominee for the day is gonna be, let me check, table 151, Jessica Roy Salcedo.
151. Felicidades.
Let's put our living stereo stylus in this groove.